The Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had suffered greatly for these past few months. Only a dozen or so of them remained of the 100 disciples who had come here, so those who remained had established extremely firm bonds. Seeing Nanshang and Xianxia treat the Hu sisters like cheap commodities to be bought and sold, how could they not become enraged? Fang Ziji sneered as he looked at Nanshang. Young Lord Nan? Young Lord Xiang? Are first-class families free to determine whether our second-class sect disciples live or die? What do you want to say? Nanshang muttered as he shifted his eyes towards Fang Ziji, a cold smile adorning his face. If that's really the case, then of course I have nothing to say. Then shut your mouth. Nanshang casually flicked the dust off his sleeves and said indifferently, if you want to blame something, then blame yourselves for being low-born. Why do you think the world's sects and forces are divided into first, second, and third class? It's so you wastes can recognize the gap in status between us. If you were from a first-class force, do you think you'd have to grovel so pathetically before this young lord? Nanshang sneered as he spoke, seemingly not feeling any problem with what he was saying, an air of superiority obvious in his tones stemming from his noble birth continuing. If you belong to one of those superforces, this young lord would have to bow down to you instead. This is the law of the jungle, that's how it is. It's almost funny that you can't understand something so simple. One day, if you have strength and status far above mine, if you bully me, I swear I won't have any complaints. There will be such a day. Fang Ziji said gloomily. Nanshang in response just spat disdainfully. All this time, Yang Kai had simply been watching and had not spoken. His hands held behind his back, quietly standing there observing the various parties argue amongst themselves, not bothering to express his own opinions. It was like everything happening had nothing to do with him. However, it was clear that the 4 immortal Ascension boundary masters of the Nan and Xiang families were constantly on guard against him. Of all the members of the younger generation, only Yang Kai was worthy of their attention. Despite only having cultivation at the true element boundary 6th stage, his blood force's intensity and true chi's potency were both astonishing. As such, it was impossible to figure out what his true strength was. Yang Kai's purpose in silently observing for so long was to see how many people here he could truly depend on and consider friends. As the saying goes, only a distant road could test the strength of a horse. In order to learn about someone, one needed to spend a great amount of time with them. It was only in moments of crisis that one could see a person's true character and temperament. If the disciples from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall chose to remain silent at this time and not involve themselves in his affairs, Yang Kai wouldn't feel surprised at all. In order to protect themselves, this was no doubt the smart thing to do. Right now, the Xiang family and Nan family held the absolute advantage. The Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall weren't their match at all. If they continued to resist, they would only bring destruction on themselves. However, seeing the 3 he was closest to didn't let Yang Kai down. Neither the Hu sisters nor Fang Ziji hesitated in the slightest to stand before him despite the great disparity in strength between them and the forces of the 2 first-class families. With warmth in his heart, Yang Kai smiled and slowly walked to the front and reached over to the Hu sisters' shoulders. After glancing around at the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai directed his gaze towards Xianxia and Nanshang again, grinning as he whispered to the Hu sisters, "Don't worry about me. If I want to leave, no one here can stop me." Hearing these words, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier's delicate expressions relaxed suddenly. Although they didn't understand where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but from the firm and steady tone in his voice, they didn't doubt he could really accomplish what he said. On the other hand, Nanshang and Xianxia's faces sank. Fang Lao even let out a contemptuous snort. "Little brat, with the 4 of us here, you still dare boast so shamelessly? Do you want to try me?" Yang Kai sneered back provocatively. Fang Lao's eyes flashed dangerously as he stared at Yang Kai. But to his surprise, he didn't see the slightest signs of panic in this strange youth's expression. No matter how absurd it sounded, it seemed like this kid really might have the strength to escape from here safely. "Surround him!" Nanshang shouted angrily, Yang Kai's aloof attitude and arrogant words having completely irritated him. No disciple of a mere second-class sect had ever looked at him so disdainfully. His gaze, like a sharp blade, had pricked his heart. As the young lord of a renowned first-class family, this uncomfortable feeling had irked his pride. The instant Nansheng spoke, the two Immortal Ascension boundary masters behind him flew out and landed behind Yang Kai's back, forming a tight encirclement with the Xiang family's two masters. However, even surrounded by four Immortal Ascension boundary masters each at the 7th or 8th stage, Yang Kai still looked calm and relaxed, only his eyes narrowed slightly indicating his seriousness. In his present state, it would be simple to escape from two of these Immortal Ascension boundary masters, but now that there were four of them, he would need to pay a certain price in order to withdraw. Of course, this was all just Yang Kai's assumptions. Things would likely deviate from his expectations as soon as he actually tried. But as long as they didn't manage to kill him in a single blow, Yang Kai still had confidence in escaping. "Go on, run. Let's see how you escape now." Nansheng taunted Yang Kai in an arrogant tone. For respected elders, if these second-class sect disciples don't know what's good for them and try to interfere, kill them, no need to hold back. Yes, young lord. The four Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan family all nodded at the same time. A loud roar sounded as the demonic dragon hovering behind Yang Kai slowly began circling around him, its pitch-black eyes coldly glaring at the four old men. Nansheng shifted his gaze towards the people of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, smirking as he ordered, "This young master will give you 10 breaths to leave this demon's side or else." Xiangchu's brow furrowed as he quickly said, "Jiao Er, Mei Er, don't be so obstinate. You are going too far." Hu Jiao Er spat hatefully. Xiangchu couldn't help his expression becoming cold. He really did have intentions towards the Hu sisters, but it wasn't like he had to have them regardless of the cost. As the young lord of a first-class family, what kind of beautiful woman couldn't he acquire? Such beautiful flowers were only a kind of amusement to him. What he enjoyed most was the process of pursuing and conquering them. But after all of these events, Xiangchu gradually realized that he might never be able to conquer this pair of sisters, which caused frustration and anger to well up inside him. This smoldering anger quickly turned into resentment until he finally let out a cold snort, no longer intending to bother with this fruitless game. 10 breaths are up," Nansheng calmly declared as he swept his eyes over the crowd and causally ordered, "Begin!" The four Immortal Ascension boundary masters suddenly pushed their true chi and silently signaled to each other with their eyes. At that moment, suddenly, a bright and crisp eagle's cry resounded. This cry was extremely piercing and seemed to contain a kind of inexplicable and mysterious power. Even the four Immortal Ascension boundary masters couldn't help pausing as they hurriedly looked up. High up in the sky, more than 1,000 meters up, a little golden light flickered. That flash of gold was incomparably brilliant, like a tiny flash of sunlight, almost difficult to behold without averting one's eyes. As this golden light circled in the sky high above everyone's heads, a series of eagle cries continued to ring out. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly cramped up, and his expression constantly fluctuated as he stared at the circling golden light. The originally explosive scene had been thoroughly disturbed by the sudden appearance of this golden eagle. Such a wonderful golden eagle! Nansheng couldn't help crying out in praise. Although the golden eagle was over 1,000 meters above them, no one here was an ordinary person. With the eyesight of a cultivator, they were all easily able to clearly make out this bird of prey's appearance. This golden eagle! The Xiang family's Su Lao suddenly frowned, trying to recall something from his distant memory. "Ha! This young lord has decided. I must capture this beast and take it back with me," Nansheng declared loudly. If here were to posse such a striking and majestic eagle, it would definitely be something worth bragging about. And if he could raise and train it properly, in the future it would certainly be of great use to him. Listening to Nansheng, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling and sarcastically called out, "You can't afford it." Nansheng casually glanced back at him and sneered without saying anything, turning to his elders and asking, "Have you ever heard of such a beast?" Su Lao's brow was still furrowed as he quietly muttered, "I seem to have heard of it somewhere." "Where did you hear of it?" Xiangchu, who was also interested in this golden eagle, quickly asked. Su Lao frowned and thought hard, but couldn't recall just where he had learned of this beast. High up in the sky, the cries of the golden eagle suddenly became more hurried and intense, as if it had found something that caught its attention. Immediately afterwards, like a streak of golden light, it dove down to where the crowd below was gathered. As he was at a loss about how to capture this golden eagle, when Nansheng saw it approach them of its own accord, he was naturally overjoyed. Rolling up his sleeves, he smiled. Interesting. After only just meeting this young lord, does this beast plan on also delivering itself to me? Xianxia also grinned slightly and added, Big Brother Sheng's charm is just that great. As such, little brother will not fight with you for it. Nansheng nodded happily before shooting a glare towards Yang Kai. Little brat, seems you get to live a little longer. Just sit there and wait until this young lord catches that eagle. By all means, have at it. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and loosened his stance. Yang Kai, take this opportunity to escape, Hu Mei Er quietly whispered to him. However, Yang Kai simply shook his head and smiled. What are you thinking? Hu Jiaoer also anxiously scolded him. If you really wait until after they catch that eagle, they'll definitely focus on you again. Impossible. They won't have a chance. Yang Kai laughed lightly, his expression completely relaxed. The Hu sisters were both worried and confused, not knowing why Yang Kai was apparently trying to show off. A moment later, the golden eagle had already approached the crowd, and when it was only several dozen meters up, Nansheng suddenly leapt up into the air, his face filled with anticipation, and his hand reached out towards the eagle, trying to knock it down. This golden eagle, though, wasn't just attractive. Its strength was also not low, and it easily avoiding Nansheng's charge and swiftly counterattacked with a golden ray of light. Nansheng's expression also became serious, as he hurriedly dodged before immediately calling out excitedly, A fifth-order monster beast! 2 elders! Help me! A fifth-order flying monster beast! This was a truly rare treasure. An ordinary fifth-order monster beast wasn't particularly valuable, but it was another story altogether if it could fly. Whether it was used to scout an enemy's camp or track their location, it could give one a decisive advantage, not to mention it could coordinate with its master in combat as well. If he could catch this monster beast, his sex strength would increase greatly. After seeing how great the eagle's strength was, Xianxia couldn't help having some stray thoughts, secretly regretting being so generous just now. Such an eagle was worth more than many ordinary precious treasures, but it was already too late. Xianxia knew that even if he regretted it now, he couldn't rob this prize from Nansheng, so he had no choice but to sit back and watch. When the golden eagle's wings were fully spread, they stretched more than a meter in length. His claws were like steel, extremely hard and sharp, probably more so than ordinary forged weapons. On top of this, it seemed to possess some naturally special abilities. The golden light it was able to freely radiate contained extraordinary power. Although Nansheng could be considered as an elite amongst true element cultivators, he still wasn't fully capable of capturing this kind of monster beast. So after recognizing this, he immediately asked for assistance from the 2 Nan family elders. The 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators didn't hesitate and, almost immediately after receiving their young master's command, sent out 2 chi strikes towards the eagle, enough to completely restrict its movements. Wait! Su Lao, the Immortal Ascension boundary master from the Xiang family, suddenly shouted. Finally, having remembered the origin of this golden eagle, he quickly did his best to stop the battle. The 2 Immortal Ascension elders who followed Nansheng couldn't help but frown, not knowing what Su Lao was up to, half suspicious and half puzzled. Yet they ultimately didn't stop their actions. With 2 loud bangs, the golden eagle was swept up by 2 elders' moves, and its huge body tumbled several times through the air, nearly falling from the sky. Although it was a fifth-order monster beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the true element boundary, how could it withstand the attacks of 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters? With it being knocked off balance, Nansheng saw hope of capturing it alive, so letting out a loud laugh as he darted towards the eagle like a bolt of lightning with his hands outstretched as he tried to seize it. Seeing this, the Su Lao left his position next to Xianxia, dashed in front of Nansheng and yelled, "Young Lord Nan, you can't!" While shouting, Su Lao went as far as to shove Nanshang, pushing him back quite a distance. A crisp eagle cry sounded once more, but this time the eagle seemed a little flustered and angry, and its golden figure rapidly ascended back up into the sky before hovering nearby as it seemed to be staring down at its attackers. "What is your meaning?" Nanshang, who felt he could have easily grabbed the golden eagle at that moment, but was interrupted by Su Lao at the last moment, was obviously greatly displeased. After regaining his stance, he couldn't help but angrily stare at Su Lao and Xiang Chu, before coldly asking, "Little brother Xiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Xiang Chu also frowned, unclear as to why his family's Immortal Ascension boundary master had suddenly acted so rashly, wrinkling his brow as he said, "Su Lao, what is this all about?" Su Lao, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead still, shifted his gaze from the eagle in the sky, cupped his fist, said, "Young Lord Nan, I apologize." "Humph." Nan Shang coldly snorted, his expression extremely ugly. "Tell me why you stopped me just now." Su Lao wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "This eagle already has an owner. Already has a master?" Nan Shang was startled for a moment before grinning maliciously. "So much the better. My Nan family and my brother's Xiang family are first-class families. What trivial beast can't we acquire? If this eagle truly has a master already, we can just let them gift it to this young lord instead." Hearing these words, Su Lao couldn't help but pale, and a half-terrified look spread across his face. Seemingly noticing the situation deteriorating, Xiang Chu took a deep breath and followed up, "Su Lao, is there something special about this eagle?" Su Lao's expression quickly became solemn and swept his eyes across the Blood Battle Gang and the Storm Hall disciples, except this time when he stared at these juniors his expression contained none of its previous contempt and disdain, but instead was extremely serious, even somewhat fearful. Turning around, Su Lao looked at the other 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters and said with a grave face, "A fifth-order monster beast. A great golden eagle. Does it not remind you of anything?" When the 3 other Immortal Ascension masters heard him say this, all of them still had puzzled expressions. Seeing their confused looks, Su Lao couldn't help laughing bitterly. "Should I say you're all too ignorant? Hasn't been that long, has it? Nearly 2 decades ago, throughout the entire Great Han Dynasty, several similar eagles created quite a stir. Nearly 20 years ago, suddenly, like a bolt of lightning had just struck them. The 3 other Immortal Ascension boundary masters recalled a certain important piece of information. One of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Nan family even involuntarily blurted out, "A silver-blooded golden-feathered eagle? Silver-blood golden-feathered eagle." As soon as this name came out, all the Immortal Ascension boundary masters present felt a cold chill shoot up their backs. Fong Lao was even more disturbed, muttering under his breath, "The Yang family's silver-blood golden-feathered eagle?" Su Lao nodded, quickly saying, "Right. It should be one of the Yang family's silver-blood golden-feathered eagles. But how can that be? Isn't there still a few years left before?" "I'm afraid something extremely important has happened inside the Yang family. So the silver-blood golden-feathered eagles were sent out ahead of time," Su Lao boldly speculated. The 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters didn't make any efforts to hide what they were discussing. Therefore, everyone in the audience could hear them clearly. The juniors from the second-class sects listened in confusion, but Xiang Chu and Nan Shang, as leading figures in the younger generation of first-class families, understood and couldn't help but exchange a look and tremble slightly as they did. "What are they talking about?" Fang Ziji muttered as he frowned. "Uncle Lu, do you know?" Hu Jiao turned towards Guan Qi Lu and asked curiously. Guan Qi Lu looked thoughtfully at Yang Kai before grinning and nodded slightly as he said, "Anyone from the older generation should be able to understand." "Please explain to us then." Hu Jiao couldn't understand how a trivial fifth-order monster beast had suddenly made the Xiang family and Nan family's people suddenly become so serious. Even if the master of this golden eagle is some famous Immortal Ascension boundary master, it shouldn't be worthy of such fuss, right? Good. Guan Qilu knew that there was no reason to conceal anything now. Since this golden eagle had appeared, it meant that in the coming period of time, the entire Great Han dynasty would be swept up into a period of unrest, unhurriedly explaining, "All of you have heard of the Yang family, right?" To this, everyone nodded. The cuckoo bird Yang family, the head of the 8 great families, who hadn't heard of them. The Yang family has a special method of training their direct descendants. They will send all of them outside the family to survive on their own for 10 years of life experience. During this period, all of these Yang family juniors can't rely on the power of the Yang family and are forbidden from revealing their identities. The Yang family does this to encourage them to struggle and temper themselves. After these 10 years are up, these descendants will be collectively recalled and then forced to compete for right to be the next patriarch of the Yang family. However, after an entire decade, a person will experience great changes, especially those from the younger generation. Since they were forced to conceal themselves during this life experience, it was obviously quite troublesome to find them, so the Yang family came up with a very special method to find these scattered descendants. What method? They used a special breed of monster beast. Guan Qilu stretched his finger and pointed towards the sky. The Yang family's silver-blood golden feather eagle. At a young age, these flying monster beasts had been nurtured with blood essence from the Yang family, so they are particularly sensitive to the Yang family's bloodline. As long as a member of the Yang family's direct descendants are within a certain range, they can accurately be found. After listening to this explanation, everyone present suddenly understood. Since a Yang family silver-blood golden feather eagle appeared here, didn't that mean that one of these scattered direct descendants of the Yang family was here? But who exactly was it? Guan Qilu glanced back at Yang Kai quickly before continuing. There are only a dozen or so silver-blood golden feather eagles in this world, all of which belong to the Yang family. The Yang family treats each of these beasts as a rare treasure. Besides, when they need to seek out their direct descendants, they will essentially never be released. But once the silver-blood golden feather eagles appear, it means that the Yang family is recalling these scattered disciples, which also means that the Yang family's inheritance war is about to begin. The Yang family's inheritance war? Fang Ziji wrinkled his brow. Apparently his curiosity had been piqued. The Yang family's young lords, after their decade of life experience, gather helpers and allies and hold a competition to decide who the next patriarch of the Yang family will be. The last time the Yang family's inheritance war happened was 18 years ago, and many people died. The Yang family's inheritance war not only causes a big shuffle inside the Yang family but also amongst all of the world's great forces, as many people from these forces participate in it. If you are also interested and have confidence in your strength, you can also participate. While Guan Qilu was speaking, those from the Xiang family and Nan family didn't interrupt, allowing the disciples from all of the second-class forces present to listen carefully. After all, information like this was of great importance to these juniors and couldn't be heard casually. When Guan Qilu finished his explanation, silence fell upon the crowd, and no one made a sound. Off to the side, Nansheng gripped his fists tightly in silence as cold sweat dripped down his back. Just now he had been wantonly arrogant about wanting the master of this golden feather eagle to offer it up to him, but after learning that this was an important monster beast raised by the Yang family, how could he dare have such thoughts? No wonder Su Lao was so anxious to stop him. It turns out he had recalled this information earlier. Nansheng secretly thanked the heavens he hadn't injured this golden feather eagle with his family elders just now. Otherwise, if the person from the Yang family witnessed such a scene, he couldn't imagine the consequences. With how rare and precious these golden eagles were, coupled with the overbearing and domineering attitude of the Yang family, if he had really wounded it, it would definitely not be as simple as offering money as compensation. After a moment, Su Lao rushed over to Guan Qilu and said, "This friend seems to have very detailed information that even this old master doesn't quite understand. Many thanks for explaining." Guan Qilu couldn't help sneering when he saw this. Anyone who was around 18 years ago should know this. How is it possible that you don't? With such a massive mutation in the situation, Su Lao had intended to take this opportunity to ease the tension between the two sides on scene, so he had offered such an obvious flattery. But how could Guan Qi not understand Su Lao's intentions? So, Guan Qilu directly threw out such mockery. cutting off Su Lao's naive thoughts right from the start. After a brief silence, Xianxia couldn't help asking, "But I remember that the Yang family only sent out this generation's direct descendants 5 or 6 years ago. There's still quite some time till the 10-year deadline, isn't there?" It was also because the Yang family's 10-year life experience period wasn't even close to being over that all of them hadn't remembered from the start that this eagle was the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle. If it was a few years later, when the whole world would concern themselves about the Yang family's movements, everyone would immediately recognize such a distinctive golden feather eagle. Nansheng also nodded slightly. "I've also heard about this. Is it possible that this monster beast is just similar to the silver blood golden feather eagle?" Su Lao sighed and shook his head. "That is why I said that something significant must have occurred inside the Yang family, so they were forced to recall their descendants early. I have no doubt that this is one of the Yang family's golden feathered eagle. But if that's true, then—" Xianxia's face twitched as he swept his gaze across the crowd. When his eyes landed on Yang Kai, he couldn't help trembling slightly and quickly turned away as he gripped his fists. In other words, amongst the juniors gathered here, there is a young Master Yang? Everyone was suddenly put on edge, and all of them glanced around at each other nervously. Until just a moment ago, these two groups of people were engaged in serious conflict, each of them ready to kill if need be, but in such a tense and explosive situation, they had suddenly learned that among these friends and foes, there was someone who absolutely could not be offended. If this young Master Yang was one of their allies, then everything was all right, but if he was one of their enemies, in these circumstances, no one was able to remain calm. Although a young lord of the Yang family was present, how were they supposed to distinguish who it was? Even those from the so-called first-class families weren't qualified to associate with the 8 great families. What's more, the Yang family was the head of the 8 great families, so its status was even more aloof. The young lord from the Yang family here had a chance to become the future patriarch of the Yang family, so now, while his strength was still low, was an excellent chance to befriend him, and doing so would naturally lead to many future benefits. So who would want to offend such a character at this time? Unconsciously, Xianxia and Nansheng both converged their imposing air as they gazed around the crowd. It was like they had suddenly become shorter. On the other side, everyone from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with gazes filled with a mix of surprise and anticipation. They were all familiar with Yang Kai's name and abilities and easily linked him with the identity of a young lord from the Yang family, but it was still not convenient to directly inquire about it, so all of them were subtly trying to glean some clues from his expression. Yang Kai's face, though, remained relaxed, as if everything happening had nothing to do with him, which conversely made him more suspicious. Xianxia wore a forced grin as he cupped his fist and asked towards the crowd, "Who here is young Master Yang?" Not that he didn't know Yang Kai's name, but he did not dare to assume that he was the Yang family's young lord. Xianxia only prayed that the hidden Yang family young lord was amongst his own camp now. A simple query, yet no one answered. Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before laughing dryly. "Ha ha ha ha." Immediately, everyone's eyes fell upon him, and under these watchful gazes, the black dragon that had been hovering above his head suddenly withdrew. In the blink of an eye, a 100-meter-long dragon disappeared into Yang Kai's body. At the same time, the heaven-shaking evil chi also dissipated, and the youth pictured in everyone's eyes once more took on the appearance of an ordinary true element boundary 6th stage cultivator. The people from the Xiang and Nan family both looked unnerved. Yang Kai voluntarily relaxing his combat stance only served to increase their worries, rather than diminish them. Looking up into the sky at the still hovering silver blood golden feather eagle, a grin slowly appeared on Yang Kai's face. Lifting his fingers to his mouth, Yang Kai let out a loud whistle. As if it had received an order, the circling silver blood golden feather eagle swiftly responded, folded its wings and dove down towards the ground. In an instant, it arrived atop the heads of the crowd. Its pair of bright eagle eyes stared with vigilance and hatred at the Nan family trio as it slowly perched atop Yang Kai's shoulder. Spreading its wings wide, the silver blood golden feather eagle cried out angrily at the Nan family members. Everyone from the Nan and Xiang family immediately paled. Xianxia also stared at Yang Kai, dumbstruck and not able to believe what his eyes were seeing. The moment the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, his true identity no longer required any speculation. The Hu sisters stared at Yang Kai blankly too, as if he had suddenly become a stranger. Xie Rong of Thunder Light Sect and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court went limp and collapsed to the ground. Both of them had willingly become Xiang Chu's lackeys, helping him to abuse and shame, even attempt to murder Yang Kai. Yet now, it seems they had only been scrambling for seeds while missing the melon in front of them. The one they had offended actually turned out to be a man who even Xiang Chu wouldn't dare to offend. This is a severe case of having eyes but failing to see. Both of them had received extremely serious injuries, and one Immortal Ascension boundary elder from each of their sects had died at Yang Kai's hands. They had placed all their hopes on Xiang Chu to take revenge for them, and then in exchange for their loyalty, gain the support of the big tree that was the Xiang family. But now, everything was in vain. Forget revenge. Now that they had thoroughly offended a young lord from the Yang family, they'd be lucky if they managed to keep their lives. It was no wonder he had said that their sects couldn't afford the price of offending him. They really couldn't afford this. Young Master Yang? Xiang Chu looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, his back covered in cold sweat. He was extremely unwilling, but unable to avoid asking. Nansheng also opened his mouth, but no words came out, and his head was filled with feelings of regret. He was supposed to have been an innocent bystander in all of this. He had only stopped here on his way back to the Nan family, and had inadvertently been drawn into this situation. But now, unexpectedly, he had brought such massive trouble to himself. Had he only known, he would have rode his cloud-treading colt back to Nan family as quickly as possible, not involving himself with any of this. In response to Xiang Chu's stuttered inquiry, Yang Kai only gave him a faint glance and then focused his attention on the feathers of the silver blood golden feathered eagle on his shoulders. This fifth-order flying monster beast was quite special. Its golden feathers seemed to radiate a golden sheen, giving it a majestic appearance, and it had obviously been in the Yang family for many years. It had also been raised with great care, as each of its feathers was sharp like a blade, and their hardness and sharpness was no less than an average Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Along with its hook-like beak and razor-sharp double claws, an ordinary true element cultivator wouldn't be its match. At the very least, one would need a true element boundary 7th stage cultivation to win against it. Although Yang Kai didn't speak, Xiang Chu didn't dare reveal any displeasure even if he felt wronged and resentful, and instead he just stood there with his fists cupped and his head slightly lowered. Nansheng's face switched between white and red as he muttered unsteadily, "Young Master Yang." This Nan had eyes but failed to see. The matters just now were all this one's misunderstanding. This humble one asks young Master Yang not to take it to heart. Hu Jiao couldn't help letting out a laugh seeing how Nansheng, who was extremely arrogant and overbearing when facing the dozen or so disciples from their second-class sects just now, but currently had to humble himself in the face of a superforce like the Yang family and all but bow down and beg Yang Kai for forgiveness. Nansheng's change in attitude was so great that it made people wonder if he hadn't somehow been replaced by another person in that instant. When Jiao Er's laughter reached Nansheng's ears, he felt even more unpleasant in his heart, and his face twisted into an ugly forced grin as he hastily said, "Young miss, this Nan had previous offended you and apologizes for it." "Humph," Hu Jiao sneered, not giving him the slightest face since she knew he wasn't really apologizing to her. The 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Nan and Xiang family also wore forced smiles and cupped their fists respectfully. "Young Master Yang, please forgive our prior rudeness." Yang Kai breathed out a tired sigh and stared at them indifferently before grinning lightly. "I do not blame the ignorant." Hearing him speak such words, everyone from the Xiang family and Nan family smiled in relief. Right now, as long as Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue it, everything would be fine. And with the Yang family inheritance war about to begin, Yang Kai, a young master of the Yang family, would naturally need to gather various powers to help him in his bid to become the next patriarch. So this was a good opportunity for both sides. After all, the Xiang family and Nan family were both first-class families. With such a powerful boost to his strength, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could certainly win the inheritance war. As the saying goes, there were no permanent enemies, only permanent benefits. Yang Kai hadn't suffered any real losses today, so in the face of such enticements, he would naturally be willing to let some things slide. If they played their hand right, they might even have a chance to forge a friendship with the Yang family's young lord today. With such thoughts swirling about their heads, their moods took a rapid turn for the better. Both Xianxia and Nanshang wore expression filled with happiness and expectation. But just as they were silently celebrating, the silver blood golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder suddenly let out a mournful screech, like it had just been injured, before throwing open its wings and soaring back up into the sky. What just happened? Xianxia asked unconsciously as he turned a blank stare towards Yang Kai, his expression filled with confusion. The same was true of everyone else too. What they saw there, though, was Yang Kai holding 2 golden feathers in his fingers. The 2 feathers flashed a golden light like finely polished blades. They were long, thin, and smooth in shape. Clearly, they had been freshly plucked from the silver blood golden feather eagle. No wonder the eagle suddenly flew up in fright. After plucking these 2 feathers, Yang Kai didn't even look at them before casually dropping them on the ground. Young Master Yang, what are your intentions? Nanshang's head was filled with fog as he cautiously inquired to Yang Kai. This silver blood golden feather eagle was born noble and possessed fierce combat ability. It was an extremely valuable beast. On top of that, it could even be considered the auspicious messenger that sought out and saved Yang Kai's life. Even if he wasn't fond of it for some reason, Yang Kai shouldn't have had a reason to harm it so. What does he want to do? Nanshang couldn't understand. Xianxia, whose thoughts were far more devious than Nanshang's, couldn't help wrinkling his brow. He looked at the 2 gold feathers that had been dropped by Yang Kai and began to feel nervous. However, before he had enough time to figure out exactly what was happening, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the horizon and rapidly approached. The speed of these 2 was extremely fast, and the auras permeating from them were formidable. At a glance, it was obvious that they possessed great strength. The few thousand meters that separated the 2 groups closed in a flash. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man had an imposing figure and cold eyes. A long scar across his face coupled with his imposing impression to give him a sturdy and aggressive look, like a veteran warrior of countless battles. The woman had a majestic appearance and graceful stature that made it impossible to tell her how old she was. She was a dignified and beautiful woman, with a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to flash with piercing light. There was no melancholy or joy apparent on her perfectly shaped face, only a look of cold indifference. Both of these 2 were immortal Ascension boundary masters, but the imposing manner they radiated as far stronger than those of the Xiang family and Nan family. The instant they saw them, everyone instinctively compared them with the 4 immortal Ascension elders from the Nan and Xiang family, but all of them soon came to the same conclusion. Among the 4 old men, not a single one was a rival of either of these 2. Every one of the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagles would be followed by masters from the Yang family so that, once the Yang family's young lord was found, he could be escorted home safely. These 2 newcomers were obviously the ones accompanying this silver blood golden feather eagle. Both of them had a jade talisman on their waists with a blood-red Yang character inscribed on it. Yang family blood warriors. Fong Lao could not help shouting. The Yang family's blood warriors had served the Yang family for many generations and were their most trusted servants. Every one of them was exceptionally talented and had innumerable resources used to train them since birth. Although their bloodlines weren't as noble as the young lords and young ladies of the Yang family, their position and importance was definitely not lower than any of these direct descendants. The Yang family had a grand elder who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, who was once one of these blood warriors. But now, the Yang family treated him more as a respected protector. Even if a direct family descendant was to meet him, he would have to greet him respectfully. Each Yang family blood warrior represented a powerful fighting force, and all of them had the ability to fight ordinary cultivators at least one stage above their own cultivation. Within the same realm, they were basically invincible. Their most important trait, however, was their undying loyalty. For the Yang family, none of them would hesitate to give their life. After all, since childhood, the The Yang family had given them ideological indoctrination to ensure they held the family's benefit above all else. In order to cultivate these warriors, the Yang family had truly paid an immense price. If there was any suspicion left about the authenticity of the silver blood golden feather eagle, now that two Yang family blood warriors had appeared, there was no longer any room for doubt. This monster beast was indeed the Yang family's unique silver blood golden feather eagle, and Yang Kai was really a young lord from the Yang family. Where is the young lord? The middle-aged man's eagle-like eyes swept over the crowd, his expression not changing in the slightest when it examined those from the Nan and Xiang family, as if they were no more consequence than anyone else here. When he asked this question, the beautiful woman also scanned the crowd, trying to identify the young lord they had been sent to retrieve. Almost everyone's eyes immediately fixed on Yang Kai. The next moment, the two blood warriors also cast their eyes towards him. But after seeing Yang Kai's face and judging his age and cultivation, a tinge of suspicion crept into the expressions. As blood warriors, they had naturally met with all of the Yang family's young lords, so even if they didn't interact with them much, they would still be able to vaguely recognize them. Both had assumed that with the silver blood golden feather eagle, as soon as they found the place where their young lord currently resided, as soon as they found a familiar face, they would be able to determine his identity. But when they saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help feeling a sense of incongruity. Among the young lords whom the Yang family had sent out for life experience this time, was there one at such a young age? And this appearance, he didn't seem familiar to them. It was no wonder they would suspect Yang Kai's identity. After all, he was only around 12 years old when he left home and at the time was still no different from an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. But after 5 years in the outside world, Yang Kai had undergone massive changes. It was only after a long time that the exquisite-looking woman suddenly exclaimed, "Little Lord!" The middle-aged man's vision also contracted tightly, and a wave of shock swept across his heart. The Little Lord. For this time's life experience, he was the youngest direct descendant sent out, the son of the Yang family's fourth master. But wasn't it said that the Little Lord was born with a congenital defect and was incapable of cultivating? When they had left the Yang family this time, the blood warriors had all been informed that if they were to meet the Little Lord, they had to be especially careful when escorting him back because it was highly likely that he would still be no stronger than an ordinary mortal. The Yang family had enemies everywhere, so it wouldn't be impossible for someone to take this opportunity to assassinate these scattered young lords. But now that they had found him, how could he be considered an ordinary person? Clearly, this youth was a true element boundary 6th-stage cultivator. Such a realm, although not top-tiered amongst his generation, couldn't be considered weak either. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman both glanced at each other before their images flashed and they suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, immediately sending out an invisible pressure that forced everyone around Yang Kai back several dozen meters. The Yang family's overbearing attitude could be seen clearly. The Hu sisters who had been forced to retreat couldn't help twitching their lips in annoyance. "The ones beside me are all my friends," Yang Kai lightly said to the two people before him. The middle-aged man and the woman both maintained dull expressions, seemingly not taking Yang Kai's words to heart. Before Yang Kai's true identity was confirmed, the two blood warriors wouldn't display any unnecessary courtesy. "Are you really the Little Lord?" The middle-aged man frowned at Yang Kai and asked firmly. Yang Kai simply nodded slightly, lifted his hand, and pricked his fingertip with his true chi, allowing a few drops of blood to immediately leak out. The woman's eyes flashed before she quickly took out a piece of jade and respectfully held it out with both her hands, accepting a drop of blood with it. When the drop fell onto the jade, it disappeared instantly, like it had been inhaled. The originally unremarkable jade talisman began emitting a gorgeous glow immediately after. Only when the blood of a direct descendant of the Yang family was absorbed by this piece of jade would it radiate such a light. "It has been confirmed." The middle-aged man and the beautiful women glanced at each other for a moment before kneeling respectfully. "Blood Warrior Tu Feng, Blood Warrior Tang Yuxian, have come to receive the young lord. Rise." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly stood up, and when they looked at Yang Kai again, clear signs of appreciation and respect could be seen on their faces. If it were any of the other young lords from the Yang family before them with a true element boundary 6th-stage cultivation, they wouldn't display any great change in expression. But the little lord was different. Because the Yang family's 4th master had been severely wounded that year, the little lord had been born with a congenital defect, and the first 10 years of his life in the Yang family had been passed as an ordinary person with no cultivation to speak of, but now he had actually grown to this point. This meant that in only 5 years, without any assistance from the Yang family's resources, he had managed to cultivate to the true element boundary 6th stage. Such cultivation speed made even Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xianxia in admiration. Who would look down upon this little lord again? What's more, this little lord was in a very dangerous place right now. This was the front lines of the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. He, as a young lord of the Yang family, dared to come here. His fortitude and courage were obviously not ordinary. Tu Feng and Tang Yu Xian had secretly thought to themselves that this assignment would be boring and uneventful. But instead, the little lord had given them a pleasant surprise the moment they had met him. Sure enough, the young lords of the Yang family were all incredible talents. Not a single one of them could be judged by common sense. For a moment, both of them stared in admiration. After observing Yang Kai for a while, Tu Feng took his vision back and lifted his eyes, asking in a deep voice, "Who is in charge here?" A shiver running up his spine, Xianxia hastily stepped forward, smiling as hard as he could while cupping his fists. Replying to Senior, "This place is under the management of my Xiang family." The Xiang family? Tu Feng raised his brow before nodding slightly. The decisive battle concluded 2 days ago, so if there are no further problems here, we will be leaving together with the young lord. If there are still some issues left to be resolved, you may request the little lord to have us offer our assistance. Junior wouldn't dare. Xianxia was now incredibly anxious to send these Yang family members far away as quickly as possible. How could he dream of asking them to stay? There are no remaining issues here, and we were also just about to withdraw. Senior does not need to bother with us. N. Tu Feng nodded at Xianxia, quite satisfied with the youth's respectful manner. But just as he wanted to take Yang Kai and leave, his eyes suddenly contracted, an explosion of murderous intent suddenly erupting from him. Tang Yu Xian's pretty face also became ice-cold as her eyes fell towards a certain pair of objects on the ground. The Xiang and Nan family members who didn't know what had suddenly gone wrong all trembled in fear when this aura enveloped them. Heh. Tu Feng snickered twice, the scar on his face warping to become even more terrifying as he spoke in an icy voice. I wondered why the eagle was frightened and kept hovering in the sky instead of landing. I understand now. Hearing these words, the Xiang and Nan family members all jumped in fright. Xianxia's eyes also shot up, suddenly looking towards Yang Kai, finally understanding why Yang Kai had plucked 2 feathers from the silver blood golden feather eagle seemingly for no reason, only to drop them on the ground. He clearly wanted to frame them. Who attacked my Yang family's eagle? Tang Yu Xian's expression became even colder as her piercing gaze swept over the Nan and Xiang family members loudly ordering, "Step forward." Tu Feng also showed a fierce grin as he added, "Each of the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle is extremely precious and have not come out for quite a long time. Now it seems some fools dare harm one of them. Interesting. Truly interesting. Respected senior." Xianxia stepped forward unsteadily, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, only now realizing the depths of Yang Kai's scheme but helpless to avoid it, stuttering as he tried to explain, It was we who had eyes but failed to immediately recognize this silver blood golden feather eagle, but I swear to senior we did not hurt it." "Didn't recognize it?" Tu Feng coldly snorted. "What use are you eyes even if you have them?" Tang Yu Xian followed up equally aggressively. "Didn't hurt it? Then why are 2 of its feathers lying here?" That is..." Xianxia was speechless. He knew he couldn't say that it was their Yang family's young lord who pulled them out himself and dropped them there. Never mind if they would even believe such an explanation, it was already an established fact that they had attacked the silver blood golden feather eagle. With so many witnesses here, they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. The Yang family's domineering arrogance was well known, and now that they had injured one of their precious eagles, how could they possibly escape here unharmed? Seeing the Xiang and Nan family members' faces filled with indignation, unwillingness, and regret, the formerly oppressed Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall Juniors couldn't have been happier. Sure enough, they were suffering the karma of their actions. The heavens were just as they had used the Thunder Light Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court to frame Yang Kai. Now the tables had been turned on them. It was like all the injustices and smears they had pushed onto Yang Kai now had to be choked down by them. Xiang Chu wasn't resigned to such a fate and wanted to speak a few excuses, but Su Lao beside him simply shook his head slowly. Trying to defend themselves to the Yang family was tantamount to trying to reason with a beast, utterly pointless. Wearing a dispirited expression, Su Lao said, "This was all a misunderstanding. Can we not try to resolve this civilly?" "Humph. You know what we expect." Tu Feng sneered dismissively. The 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all went white. After a few moments of hesitation, all of them sighed deeply, knowing that today they had kicked an iron plate. The 2 Immortal Ascension Elders behind Nanshang walked out and glanced at each other, their expression incredibly gloomy. Immediately afterward, they each extended 2 fingers and shaped their true chi into a blade. The 2 masters from the Nan family's eyes were full of sadness, and they couldn't help but slight quiver, hesitating as they stood there unsteadily. Tu Feng coldly snorted as he stared at them, his own true chi surging forth wildly. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also wore a ruthless expression, as if to say that if they hesitated any further, they would immediately kill them. Ha! A faint sigh came from the 2 old men as they both closed their eyes with helplessness painted all over their faces. Slashing their true chi blades, with a flash of light, 2 arms from the elbow down were severed as blood splashed out onto the ground. As soon as the deed was done, the 2 old men's faces became pale as they quickly used their true chi to seal their wounds, one of them trembling as he looked towards Tu Feng. "Sir, is this to your satisfaction?" All the disciples from the various second-class sects were astonished. Although they had all long heard of the Yang family's overbearing nature, but they had never thought that they were aggressive to such a degree. A single question from one of their blood warriors had forced 2 masters to sacrifice an arm. Those were 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. Had they come from their sects, they would have been honored elders who could stand shoulder to shoulder with their sect masters. But now, they had actually been bullied to such an extent, yet didn't dare to resist in the slightest. It wasn't until this moment that these second-class sect talents truly understood. What was the Yang family? What did the title of leader of the 8 great families mean? With such deep heritage and strength, even first-class sects were simply trash before them. However, Tu Feng only coldly replied, "I only see 2 arms. Aren't there 4 masters here?" The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang family suddenly became despondent. Feng Lao and Su Lao in fact hadn't attacked the Silver Blood Golden Feather Eagle, and Su Lao had also taken the risk of offending the Nan family trio by forcefully preventing their actions. However, the Yang family's blood warrior apparently didn't intend to spare them. "Respected warriors, we too did not attack the eagle." Su Lao leaked cold sweat from his forehead as he quickly tried to explain. The loss of an arm wasn't a minor injury. If one were to suffer such a loss, their maximum combat efficiency would drop 20% or perhaps even more. In the future, it would be equivalent to them becoming half-wastes. But to these overtures, Tu Feng seemed completely indifferent, glaring back at them coldly and firmly declaring, "An arm or your life, decide quickly." Feng Lao and Su Lao both paled, not having expected Tu Feng to be so unreasonable. "After 3 breaths you won't have a choice anymore," Tu Feng threatened, continuing to press the issue. The eyes of Su Lao and Feng Lao suddenly dimmed as they glanced at one another. Both shook their heads as they grinned bitterly. "2 elders. Take this as I, Xiang Chu, owing you a debt." Xiang Chu let out a grief-stricken sigh as he promised. What could these 2 masters do but agree? Although their young lord was nearby, and they knew that these blood warriors wouldn't kill a potential heir of a first-class family for no reason, killing them was not a big problem. "Understood, young master." Su Lao and Feng Lao both wore resigned expression and no longer hesitated as they gathered their true qi, condensed it into a blade, and each sliced off an arm. "Sir, is this enough?" Su Lao asked palely. "Was there no one else?" Tu Feng asked incessantly, his eagle-like eyes sweeping across the crowd. When his glance landed on Nanshang, the latter involuntarily shrank his neck. Seeing this, Yang Kai grinned happily at him. Nanshang's face immediately went ashen. After all, Nanshang was the first person to engage the silver-blood golden feather eagle. The Su Lao and Feng Lao of the Xiang family hadn't even attacked it yet ended up in such a state. "Looks like there's one more." Tu Feng obviously saw through Nanshang's guilty conscience and the panic in his eyes, knowing that this matter must be related to him, and swiftly asked, "Will you do it yourself, or do you want me to?" The faces of the four masters from the Nan and Xiang family all cramped up again. The blood warriors had forcing them to sacrifice an arm was something they knew they couldn't avoid. But now Tu Feng actually wanted to demand the same from Nanshang. It was a completely different issue. Nanshang wasn't some ordinary youth, he was the young lord of a first-class family. He was also the successor to the Nan family, and it would be a major problem if he were to lose an arm here. Knowing this, even though the four immortal Ascension masters knew that the blood warriors were more powerful than them, they still glared towards Tu Feng with resentment and vigilance, secretly circulating their true qi in preparation. If this man wanted to persecute them further, they could only fight back desperately. Yang Kai, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Nan's identity is noble. There's no need for him to lose an arm." Tu Feng's eyes flickered slightly but didn't say anything, whereas Nanshang, who glanced over at Yang Kai, showed a surprised yet grateful expression. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would let him off so easily. He only needs to offer 2 fingers instead. Yang Kai smiled calmly as he casually continued. The gratitude in Nanshang's eyes quickly receded and was instead replaced with extreme anger and hatred. "And since the little lord has decided so, you only need to pay 2 fingers." Tu Feng nodded deeply, as if he had just given Nanshang a precious gift. Good. Nanshang was also a decisive person, not bothering to speak any more nonsense. He quickly drew a dagger from his waist, and with a flash of light 2 fingers fell to the ground. Throughout the whole process he didn't even bat an eye. "I, Nanshang, will remember you." Nanshang gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Yang Kai, muttering under his breath. However, Yang Kai simply chuckled and replied, "Young Lord Nan, I think you are mistaken. The 2 fingers were just the punishment for harming the young eagle. Did you forget that the grudges between us still need to be settled?" As if he had just heard a demon's whisper, Nanshang's face suddenly went white. There was indeed a big grudge between Yang Kai and them. Just now, Xiangchu and Nanshang had wanted to send Yang Kai to his death, and if it weren't for the appearance of the golden feather eagle, they might very well have been involved in a life-or-death struggle right now. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to resolve their grievances peacefully, so he had taken the initiative to pull out those 2 eagle feathers, which allowed him to exact his revenge immediately. Listening to him, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both looked indifferent, not showing the slightest surprise. It seemed as though they had long ago noticed the subtle tension here. The 2 blood warriors simply remained silent and stared towards Yang Kai, curious to know how he would resolve things. The task the blood warriors had received this time was only to safely pick up the Yang family's descendants and escort them back. They had received no other instructions. They had only forced the Nan and Xiang family masters into such a pitiful state because of the golden feather eagle's injuries. Now though, if Yang Kai were to look for trouble with these people, that would be his personal matter, and the 2 blood warriors would absolutely not intervene. They had sworn loyalty to the Yang family, not Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai was not qualified to order them to do anything. Only if his life was in immediate danger would the 2 blood warriors act. As they glanced around, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that this time's mission to pick up their little lord would be very interesting. All of them were members of the Yang family. Each of them had eyes higher than the top of their heads, so Yang Kai's aggressive and unrestrained behavior actually quite suited their appetites. At that moment, both of them were actually looking forward to his performance. Xiangchu let out a bitter laugh before asking, How does young Master Yang intend to settle things? Since the other's fists were bigger, Xianxia had no choice but to humble himself. Su Lao also endured the pain from his severed limb and frowned. Though it may be too late for me to speak so, but as the saying goes, one shouldn't be too rigid with their grudges. Having one more friend is always better than one more enemy. Young Master Yang, you will soon be participating in the Yang family's inheritance war. Yes? Please think twice before acting rashly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, snorting disdainfully. Think twice, you say? Bullshit. As soon as his voice fell, 2 blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body. These 2 petals gave off an odd floral fragrance that seemed to linger about everyone's nose. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The petals swayed and floated midair before suddenly turning into 2 red streaks that flashed across the battlefield. 2 ripping sounds immediately rang out, and soon after, Xie Rong of the Thunder Light sect and Li Fu of Soaring Rainbow Court fell motionless to the ground. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also couldn't help looking towards Yang Kai in surprise. The Nan family and Xiang family members also nervously glanced around at one another. It seems that no one had expected that, under the watchful eyes of all these people, Yang Kai still dared to kill. Once Xie Rong and Li Fu died, the remaining disciples from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court could only stand there dumbfounded, staring towards Yang Kai in horror with an icy chill encompassing their entire being. The 2 petals flickered again, and with a faint buzzing noise, all the juniors from Thunderlight Sect and Soaring Rainbow Court, no matter where they stood or how they tried to evade, all lay dead after merely 10 breaths of time. As they swept their eyes over the field of dead bodies before them, Xianxia and Nansheng suddenly stopped breathing and swallowed nervously. Within 3 months, I expect to see your sincerity for this offense. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing face with a pair of first-class families. Yang Kai looked coldly at them as he laughed sinisterly. As for your lives, I'll let you keep them for a while longer. Xianxia's expression was incomparably ugly as he felt a bitter taste spread throughout his mouth. Nansheng was even worse off as he still held his wounded hand and glared back at Yang Kai hatefully. After a long, strained silence, Xianxia finally managed to pull a faint smile as he bowed deeply. Many thanks for showing mercy, young Master Yang. Let's go. As soon as he finished this unpleasant farewell, Xianxia quickly led his forces away. Those 3 cloud-treading colts seem useful. Leave them behind. Yang Kai looked at the 3 monster beasts that the Nan family rode over and shouted. Nansheng, who had already mounted his steed, couldn't help gritting his teeth in anger before quickly jumping off. He was then immediately held by the 2 Immortal Ascension elders beside him as they swiftly departed. Tang Yuxian grinned as she looked towards Yang Kai approvingly. She felt deeply that this little lord seemed to have grown up a lot over the past 5 years, and he had learned to maximize his advantages. As she was about to open her mouth and speak though, Tu Feng simply shook his head slowly. Little lord, we will be waiting for you over there, Tu Feng said casually. Even though he had the appearance of a muscle brain, his wits were actually quite sharp, understanding that Yang Kai and his friends still had things left to say, so he voluntarily withdrew along with Tang Yuxian first. Yang Kai nodded in appreciation. When the only ones left were the members of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, Yang Kai discovered that these people were all giving him a weird look. Many of them had a look of reverence and awe in their eyes. However, Yang Kai was pleased to see that the Hu sisters and Fang Ziji didn't look at him much differently. If anything, Hu Jiao'er's beautiful face actually had a bit of anger about it. Is there anything you'd like to ask? Yang Kai rubbed his nose as he looked at the Hu sisters. Hu Mei-er licked her parched lips, obviously wanting to ask many things but unsure of where to start. However, before her little sister could compose herself, Hu Jiao'er firmly declared, No. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a stunned expression before confirming, Are you sure? I said no, so I mean no. We already know everything we need to know. What else do we need to ask? Hu Jiao'er mercilessly shot him down before signaling to her sister with her eyes. Go on then. Go back to your home. Hu Mei-er glanced towards Yang Kai apologetically and smiled before quickly catching up with her elder sister. Guanqi Lu also rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped his fists respectfully before letting out a carefree laugh and leading the others away. Feng Ziji stayed a moment and quietly asked, "Brother Yang, is the inheritance war exciting?" "I don't know. I've never participated before." Yang Kai shook his head. "Are there any requirements to participate?" Feng Ziji asked as his brow wrinkled. "As long as we have a certain amount of strength, you can join, but you must first get my approval," Yang Kai declared. "Interesting. Then I'll have to pay you a visit later." Feng Ziji laughed happily. "I'll be waiting for you." Yang Kai smiled. The wind swept through Yang Kai's black hair as he stood there watching the dozen or so members of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall set out. There were 2 young women amongst them who looked back from time to time until they had disappeared into the distance. A moment later, like a pair of ghosts, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kai and waited quietly. "I want to enter closed cultivation for a while. Stand guard for me here," Yang Kai calmly said before heading back into the camp to find a fairly spacious dwelling. Tang Yuxian muttered in a surprised tone. After standing there for some time, Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed as she thought out loud. "Closed cultivation? Does the little lord want to break through?" Probably." Tu Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang Yuxian's speculation. "His true qi is pulsating slightly and indeed shows some signs of breaking through. It seems like before we arrived, he experienced a great battle. If it weren't for such a reason, he wouldn't suddenly feel the impulse to break through without any prior warning." Tu Feng smiled faintly as he looked up at the golden feather eagle in the sky, quietly asking Yuxian, "Are you thinking that the little lord is too lenient?" Tang Yuxian shifted her gaze towards Tu Feng and replied, "I think he is still young, so it's inevitable that he wouldn't be ruthless enough." However, Tu Feng slowly shook his and countered, "No, he's definitely a member of the Yang family. Even if he is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. You have been in the Yang family for many years. How could you still be so naive? The little lord is definitely not as simple as he seems." "Why do you say so?" Tang Yuxian's curiosity was suddenly piqued. "You saw that he and the Xiang and Nan family kids have some kind of grudge, right?" Tang Yuxian laughed loudly. "I'm not blind, of course I could see that. Also, it seems their grudge isn't shallow. Knowing that, what do you think the little lord should do?" "Kill," Tang Yuxian said calmly and relaxedly. There was no reason to hold back. During the inheritance war, there is no need for such an ally. He has thoroughly offended these people, yet he went and released the tiger back into the mountains. I'm afraid that the Xiang and Nan families will now become his enemies. And that's why I say you're still too naive." Tu Feng grinned. "The little lord couldn't easily kill those 2 kids. They are both candidates for the next patriarch of the Xiang and Nan families. If he were to kill them, the little lord would only bring trouble to himself. Right now, he isn't powerful enough to handle such troubles. What's more, it would be impossible for him alone to kill those 2 with those 4 immortal Ascension boundary elders watching. Does he plan to win them over then?" Tang Yuxian muttered unconvinced. "No, after all they have a deep grudge between them. What use is there trying to win them over? Even if he could draw them in, it's likely those 2 would only superficially support him. Instead of fighting outright, which will gain him nothing, or trying to win them over, which isn't likely to provide him much benefit, it's best if he intimidates them and shaves off as much of their strength as possible." Tu Feng's eyes flashed. If he can deal them a blow so severe that it will cause them to tremble in fear at the mere sight of him, it would be best. But the little lord obviously doesn't have such methods or strength to accomplish that. True, the little lord really can't do that, after all he's still young. But to those 2 Xiang and Nan family kids, he should have given a deep enough impression. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted so overbearing towards them. I'm rather looking forward to how he performs in the inheritance war now." Hearing this, Tang Yuxian was suddenly puzzled. "How come you suddenly become so interested in him?" Tu Feng grinned, stretching out his hand and casually drawing the 2 golden-colored feathers which were lying on the ground some distance away to himself before handing them to Tang Yuxian, casually stating, "These 2 feathers aren't damaged in the slightest, so they obviously weren't shaken off by an impact." Tang Yuxian couldn't help squinting as she examined the two feathers. These were pulled out? But who plucked them? Who else? Tang Yuxian stared blankly at the place where Yang Kai had secluded himself and exclaimed, "Is he really so sinister? He actually manipulated us." After realizing this point, she turned to Tu Feng and questioned, "Since you had seen through it long ago, why did you follow along with his scheme? Was I supposed to expose him right then and there?" Tu Feng rolled his eyes. "No matter what, he's still a young lord of the Yang family. I couldn't just let him lose face like that. That smelly brat. He has such insidious methods." Tang Yuxian ground her teeth in frustration. She had just been manipulated into doing a junior's bidding. So Tang Yuxian was rather annoyed. Regardless of her status as a servant of the Yang family, she was still a high-level Immortal Ascension boundary master. Yet she hadn't been able to see through this little trick. It was indeed a bit shameful. Tu Feng's brow furrowed suddenly as he said, "For this time's inheritance war, we don't know which blood warriors will be asked to participate. If both of us are selected, we will need to find a trustworthy and strong young lord to follow during the battle. If we were to choose the wrong team, the consequences would be very serious. Do you want to offer your services to him?" Tang Yuxian also frowned slightly as she asked. "No, at least not right now. We've only just met him, and although his performance so far is decent, we should further evaluate him before making a decision." "Heh! Isn't it one of the Yang family's unwritten rules that while escorting the young lords home, they are not only trying to win us over, but we are also observing them to see if they are worth serving?" "Good. I'll listen to you for now." Tang Yuxian nodded before suddenly wearing a fierce smile as she muttered under her breath, "I have to carefully polish my sight on the road home. I can't have myself getting used by him so easily again." "Ha ha ha." Tu Feng laughed loudly as he nodded happily. Half a day later, Yang Kai emerged in a spirited manner. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both hurried forward and examined him, quickly discovering that Yang Kai had already broken through and reached the true element boundary 7th stage. The two blood warriors nodded secretly to themselves, somewhat impressed that he had so quickly achieved a breakthrough after the battle. It seemed the little lord's aptitude was quite high. The only thing they found strange was that for more than 10 years while he was in the Yang family, why had he always been no better than an ordinary person? Over the past few years, what exactly had happened to him that allowed him to achieve such a level of cultivation in so short a time? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared silently at Yang Kai, their expressions indifferent, seemingly waiting for something. What has happened inside the Yang family? Why are we being recalled so early this time? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked the pair. Tu Feng's face suddenly became a bit gloomy as he replied, "It seems the Patriarch was injured. In the battle with the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Landmasters, the Patriarch led the charge and was injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the Annihilating Poison King. Although he received prompt treatment and there is no immediate threat to his life, but the family elders said that the situation is not optimistic, so a candidate for the next Patriarch must be determined as soon as possible." "The Patriarch was injured?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. According to his memory, the Yang family's current Patriarch should be Yang Kai's grand-uncle Yang Ying Hao, and his strength was not low. It seems that even characters of his stature had actually been injured in the decisive battle, and the injury was also not light. Otherwise there would not have been such a rush to recall the scattered Yang family descendants to launch the inheritance war. Understood. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When it came to the inner workings of the family, Yang Kai didn't actually know much about it. There were even several of his uncles he had never greeted. Apart from his parents, Yang Kai did not have much affection for the other members of the Yang family. In fact, such an attitude was quite prevalent within the Yang family. Each of the previous generation's direct descendants had been sent out of the family for 10 years of experience in the outside world, after which they returned and worked together with those they had recruited to win the inheritance war. So between lack of contact and vicious competition, the bonds between Yang family members was particularly weak, at least nowhere near as deep as other great families. Seeing him respond so flatly, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't seem surprised. The two of them had grown up inside the Yang family for so long that they naturally knew the temperament of the Yang family's members. "Little Lord," Tu Feng calmly inquired, "if there is nothing else, let us return to the Yang family first. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he asked, "Is there any provision for the latest we must return by?" "There is not." Tu Feng shook his head slowly. "I would also guess you are the first young lord to be found. It was only 2 days ago that the Golden Feather Eagles were released. Yuxian and I were deployed soon after and were lucky enough to bump into you so quickly. As for the others, I'm afraid they're still following the other Golden Feather Eagles in search of the other young lords." "Excellent." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Is there something else, little lord?" I wish to return to my sect first," Yang Kai replied as he nodded firmly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help glance at each other in surprise. The Cuckoo Bird Yang family was quite famous for planting its descendants as disciples into foreign sects after hiding their identities. Usually, after the 10-year period expired, these young lords would sneak out of their sects to avoid their sect's elders and their brother and sister disciples from knowing. After all, after living there for so many years, even the cold-hearted Yang family descendants would develop some feelings towards their companions. So the act of deceiving their sect mates would leave them feeling uncomfortable. However, now one of these young lords not only didn't intend to sneak away but actually wanted to return to his sect. This was an interesting development. The only question was, how was he going to explain to his sect's elders and his fellow disciples when he got there? Tang Yuxian suddenly became curious. "What is the name of little lord's sect?" Yang Kai chuckled as he glanced towards her, noting a faint smile upon her lips, as if she were looking forward to prying as much information out of him as possible before agreeing. "It's better if I not say it." Tang Yuxian was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. However, as a blood warrior, she knew well enough not to inquire any further, but still, she became faintly aware that the little lord had his own problems. "Let's go." Turning away from her, Yang Kai shifted his gaze towards the 3 cloud-treading colts and declared to the 2 blood warriors. The 2 exchanged a glance before nodding as they flew towards the cloud-treading colts. Although they were immortal Ascension masters that could soar through the sky at incredible speeds, since they had acquired these cloud-treading colts, they were naturally happy to conserve their true chi. The 3 cloud-treading colts broke out into a sprint as high above them the silver-blood golden feather eagle followed along, from time to time letting out a crisp eagle's cry. From here to High Heaven Pavilion was at least 10,000 kilometers, so even if they rode the cloud-treading colts at full speed, it would still take 2 or 3 days to arrive. However, Yang Kai didn't ride at full speed but instead maintained a rather casual pace. About the Yang family's unwritten rules, since Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian knew them, Yang Kai obviously did too. Along the way home, his performance would affect the future decisions of these 2 blood warriors. The Inheritance War was not just a battle between the several Yang family young lords. In fact, their personal strength could even be said to be the least important factor. What was most valuable during the Inheritance War was the strength and number of outside forces the young lords could rally to their cause. The more support they managed to gather, the more forces which kneeled before them, the more it demonstrated the young lords' connections and methods, which was of paramount importance to the next patriarch of the Yang family. The Yang family was the head of the 8 great families. What its patriarch needed most was the ability to influence and lead others. Yang Kai right now could only be considered poor and alone. He naturally cared a great deal about the opinions these 2 blood warriors who had come to escort him home had of him. If he could prove his worth to them during this journey, it would be tantamount to having 2 powerful immortal Ascension boundary helpers once he reached home. So for this trip, he couldn't go too fast. If he went too fast, even if Yang Kai wanted to demonstrate his abilities, there wouldn't be enough time to do so. But he also couldn't go too slow, or he ran the risk of appearing unmotivated or flat-out lazy. Yang Kai led the way forward, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed along without complaint. Each day they traveled 2,000 kilometers or so, a fairly leisurely pace. So after 3 days they had only crossed half the distance. That night, when the 3 of them stopped to rest, Tu Feng went hunting for some food, while Tang Yuxian looked for kindling nearby to raise a fire. Soon after the campfire's flames began crackling, Tu Feng returned with a full harvest. The 2 worked swiftly together to clean the game in a nearby stream before returning to the camp to grill the meat. While the 2 were busy, Yang Kai kept whistling towards the silver-blood golden feather eagle resting atop a treetop several tens of meters away. For the past few days, while they were traveling, Yang Kai would often call out to and tempt the golden feather eagle. But after 3 days, he hadn't made any significant progress. The golden feather eagle seemed to be very wary of him. That day, Yang Kai had plucked 2 of its golden feathers in order to frame Nanshang and Xianxia. So even now, the young eagle regarded Yang Kai as its lifelong enemy. Each time Yang Kai moved any closer than he currently was, it would let out a flurry of cries and flap its wings aggressively. Even though it recognized Yang Kai as a direct descendant of the Yang family, it still didn't seem to make a difference to the eagle. Tang Yuxian glanced over as she was roasting some skewered meat above the flames. Seeing Yang Kai still unable to make any headway with the eagle, she couldn't help grinning happily. Humph. Serves him right. Tang Yuxian muttered softly. The silver-blood golden feather eagle is only a 5th-order monster beast, but its intelligence is quite high. Since he's plucked 2 of its feathers before, he shouldn't even dream of getting close to it in this lifetime. Tu Feng also couldn't help nodding, obviously agreeing with Tang Yuxian's thinking. The little lord should also know this, so why does he insist on pursuing such a thankless task? Tang Yuxian wrinkled her brow in confusion. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. There is obviously an ulterior motive. What do you mean? Tang Yuxian shifted her gaze and asked. Tu Feng chuckled as he replied. The little lord is trying to impress us by taming the eagle. Haven't you noticed that our speed these past few days hasn't been that fast? He's clearly dragging out our time together. Tang Yuxian was slightly surprised at first, but after thinking about it, she immediately felt that Tu Feng was right, her eyes flashing a brilliant light. How come your thoughts are so meticulous, yet your beard isn't long and white at all? Tu Feng chuckled loudly. It's not that I'm any more thoughtful, it's just that you're too young. The little lord's intentions are so obvious that even a fool could understand them if they… Ahem. You mean what? Tang Yuxian looked at him while showing a smile that wasn't quite a smile, causing Tu Feng to suddenly groan. Not pursuing his slip of the tongue, Tang Yuxian turned her attention back towards Yang Kai and smiled lightly. If that's his plan, it seems he's bound to be disappointed. And, well, regardless of his intentions, our duty is only to protect his safety. Tu Feng grinned before calling out to the other side. Little lord, the food is ready. Yang Kai responded with a sigh before returning with a bland look. While eating, Tang Yuxian smiled and looked at Yang Kai as she asked, Little lord, how are your efforts progressing? After listening to her question, Tu Feng quickly signaled with his eyes to her not to go into Yang Kai's matters. After all, if she intentionally asked about an issue she knew he hadn't made progress on, wouldn't that inadvertently cause the young lord to lose face? Actually, Tang Yuxian's intentions were good. She had simply wanted to remind Yang Kai not to pursue futile endeavors. The greater one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment would be when they failed. It was a lesson she thought should be learned by the younger generation. But to her surprise, after listening to her question, Yang Kai simply made a faint grin before swallowing and casually replying, I'm nearly there. I should be able to soothe its hostility towards me by tomorrow. Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng immediately froze up before staring towards Yang Kai's innocently smiling face. At that moment, they didn't know what to say. Nearly there? Wasn't it obvious he hadn't made any progress at all? On top of that, how could he be so sure that he could eliminate the golden feather eagle's hostility by tomorrow? This monster beast clearly held a deep hatred towards him for plucking 2 of its feathers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would never forgive him for that. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed them silently staring at him and couldn't help but raise his head and ask. No, it's nothing. Tu Feng quickly shook his head and smiled. If so, I wish little lord the best of luck. This is a rather perfunctorily spoken statement. But Yang Kai seems to be unaware of that and simply nodded lightly. Tang Yuxian grinned as she suddenly felt a headache coming on. In front of the little lord's confident expression, she couldn't exactly advise him against his current course of action. But if tomorrow the golden feather eagle still ignored him, wasn't he also going to lose a great deal of face? If the little lord was simply ashamed, it was one thing, But if he instead became unreasonably angry, at that moment, Tang Yuxian even shot a sharp glance towards the golden feather eagle. As long as the golden feather eagle encountered an accident tonight, then the little lord wouldn't need to feel embarrassed. Looking at him together with Tu Feng, both of them lowered their heads and stifled their thoughts. They no longer wished to say anything more. Yang Kai secretly observed the two blood warriors' reactions while eating his barbecue, his innocent smile slowly transforming into an imperceptibly sly grin. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxian awoke at the crack of dawn, slowly got up, and emerged from her tent a moment later. Not far away, Tu Feng was standing there with his arms crossed, staring ahead motionlessly. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuxian walked over beside him and asked with a puzzled look. Tu Feng casually made a gesture to her, indicating she should turn her gaze forward. Secretly scoffing at his attempt to be mysterious, Tang Yuxian rolled her eyes and looked in the direction he gestured and was immediately startled. A short distance away, in front of his tent, the little lord was assuming an odd stance. With one foot on the ground and both his arms stretched out like two wings of a bird, he slowly and rhythmically swung them up and down. At first glance, it seemed like he was imitating a bird soaring through the sky. His movements had an odd charm to them. However, what made Tang Yuxian even more surprised was that the silver blood golden feather eagle was actually perched in front of the little lord, imitating his stance. With its two golden wings stretching out, a piercing cry resounded from its beak, and its wings swayed up and down, sending out a gentle wave of wind. The golden feather eagle no longer displayed the intense hostility it had shown for the past few days, and instead, its cries seemed to contain a feeling of intimacy. As time passed, when the rhythm of the man and eagle completely synchronized, the little lord and eagle slowly lifted off the ground at the same time. It seemed like at that moment, the two had united as one, perfectly coordinated with one another. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stared at this scene dumbfounded. Both of them were incredibly powerful and talented, but if they were honest with themselves, they had no way to make a golden feather eagle so obedient. In fact, in the entire Yang family, with the exception of ones who specially trained to raise them, the golden feather eagles never became intimate with anyone, but now it was actually playing with the little lord. On top of that, this was after the little lord had plucked two of its gold feathers. For a moment, both blood warriors couldn't help but wonder if they were still dreaming as they exchanged looks, and their eyes showed both confusion and shock. Neither of them had any idea what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to achieve this. After a moment, one man and one eagle had risen several tens of meters off the ground. Then, with a loud laugh, Yang Kai suddenly flew directly to the golden feather eagle, and under the watchful eyes of the two blood warriors, he landed atop the golden feather eagle's back, accompanied by a crisp, resounding eagle cry as he did. The back of the golden feather eagle wasn't very broad, just barely large enough for one person to sit down. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, they could clearly sense that Yang Kai was no longer using any true qi to levitate at all. The golden feather eagle was fully supporting him and flying of its own volition. Wasn't that beast extremely vindictive and defiant? Tang Yuxian suddenly felt that her head couldn't keep up with the reality before her. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully before opening his mouth and replying, "Indeed, achieving such a feat is quite impressive, but if it's just this, it's still far from enough." Tang Yuxian nodded slightly. It was no simple matter to convince the Yang family's blood warriors to voluntarily submit. In particular, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were superb Immortal Ascension boundary masters. So how could they surrender to him as easily as this eagle had? After a long time, the golden feather eagle slowly flew down, hovering roughly 10 meters off the ground. Yang Kai jumped from its back and landed, and then the golden feather eagle folded its wings and perched directly on Yang Kai's shoulders. Using its sharp hooked beak, it then began helping Yang Kai comb his hair. "Little Lord's methods are impressive," Tu Feng complimented generously. Yang Kai reached up and stroked the golden feather eagle's head and smiled. "I offended it a few days ago, so it took some effort to make friends with it." "How did you do it?" Tang Yuxian asked curiously. Yang Kai faced her and solemnly replied, I sincerely opened my heart to it and let it perceive my intentions. Tang Yuxian couldn't help but blink, pondering over Yang Kai's profound statement. Let's set off. Yang Kai didn't show off any further and firmly shouted as he turned to the cloud-treading colts. Over the next few days, the group speed was still not very fast, but it was obvious that the relationship between the Golden Feather Eagle and Yang Kai became closer and closer. This fifth-order monster beast seemingly had a clear insight into the various aspects of Yang Kai's commands. Whatever orders it was given, be they simple or complex, were completed without any mistakes. The two blood warriors couldn't help being surprised by Yang Kai's display. In their opinions, even the members of the Yang family who reared the Golden Feather Eagles wouldn't be as adept at handling them as Yang Kai. This time, even if the little lord failed to win the inheritance war, he would have no trouble becoming the chief breeder for the Yang family's eagles. Yang Kai, on the other hand, secretly felt the whole situation was funny. If it weren't for the sake of winning over the two blood warriors, he wouldn't have spent so much effort putting on a show of taming a mere fifth-order monster beast, as he could have simply used his beast slave seal from the beginning. But instead, he spent a few days playing with it to make it seem like he had struggled to achieve the current relationship. 3 days later, High Heaven Pavilion. The entire sect was still devastated. Here and there patches of scorched earth and collapsed buildings could be seen. It was an awful sight to behold. Yang Kai's expression and mood were both gloomy. This sect, which had survived for centuries, now lay in ruins. If it was a few years ago, Yang Kai wouldn't have had a sense of belonging here, but after experiencing so many things, Yang Kai had taken this place as his second home. Little Lord, this is your sect? Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing why the scene before her looked as it did. A blasted ruin. Yang Kai dismounted the cloud-treading colt and nodded slightly. Tu Feng stepped forward and found a huge scorched plaque on the ground. After picking it up and turning it over, he and Tang Yuxian examined it. When she had asked Yang Kai about his sect last time, Yang Kai had evaded her question, which had caused her some confusion. High Heaven! Tu Feng muttered as he read the partial text. The plaque itself was burned and the last words couldn't be made out. However, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both quite knowledgeable, so they immediately thought of a possibility. High Heaven Pavilion? Tang Yuxian's pretty face showed surprise as both she and Tu Feng hurriedly looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two blood warriors both sucked in a deep breath, unable to hide their shock. High Heaven Pavilion. Originally it was just a random second-class sect, but this sect was now world-famous. It was the sect the new demon lord had originated from. On top of that, it was said that when the masters from the Qiu family came here to sanction the sect, they had suffered a major loss. The Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng had also disappeared here, along with Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley and the Bai families by Yunfeng. In addition to those who went missing, several Immortal Ascension boundary masters had been heavily wounded. After that incident, the Qiu family's masters sent out a startling message. High Heaven Pavilion had a top-class master who had reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary. An above Immortal Ascension boundary master. No mere second-class sect could possibly have a powerhouse of this level. The mere existence of such a figure watching over it allowed High Heaven Pavilion to be classified as a first-class force. Because of Qiu Yimeng's disappearance, the Qiu family's masters had become enraged and burned down High Heaven Pavilion. Even until now, there had been no news about the Qiu family's first young lady. Such information wasn't a secret amongst the 8 great families, so the 2 blood warriors from the Yang family were naturally clear about this. After learning about Yang Kai's sect, the 2 blood warriors couldn't hide their shock. Tu Feng stared at the broken plaque in his hands, hesitating on whether to keep holding it or to drop it, and a rare conflicted light flashed across his eyes. Meanwhile, though, Yang Kai had already walked inside. Be careful, little lord. There seem to be some people inside. Tang Yuxian hurriedly reminded. People inside? Yang Kai was stunned, and he quickly swept the sect with his divine sense. Then a moment later showed a surprised expression. There were indeed people inside, and quite a number of them at least a few hundred or more. A hint of suspicion welled up inside him, and Yang Kai hurried forward. Having only walked a short distance, Yang Kai was greeted by an unexpectedly bustling scene inside High Heaven Pavilion. People were coming and going everywhere, and many of them were familiar faces. These people were actually High Heaven Pavilion's original members. There were members of both the younger and older generations, and everyone was busy cleaning up the various ruins. It seemed like they were in the process of rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai couldn't help staring blankly. Because of High Heaven Pavilion's relationship with the new demon lord, it had been condemned as an evil sect, and Ling Tai Su had thus dismissed 90% of its disciples, leaving only about 100 core sect members who had evacuated through the void corridor. But now, how come there were so many people here? And they even had the courage to start rebuilding like this. Weren't they afraid that the Cho family would come looking for trouble again? As he was gazing around in confusion, a High Heaven Pavilion disciple who passed by in front of him suddenly paused and looked at him in panic, calling out involuntarily, "Yang Kai!" Awoken by this voice, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards this person and discovered that it was actually Chao Zhengwan, originally one of the great elder's low-ranked disciples. He was later solicited by the Bai families by Yun Feng, but after being defeated by Yang Kai, Bai Yun Feng no longer paid any attention to him. Chao Zhengwan had spent several months in the sect recovering from his injuries. As for the matter of joining the Bai family, it had apparently fallen by the wayside. Since then, everyone inside the sect had a rather unfavorable impression of him. "Senior Brother Chao," Yang Kai called out unconsciously. However, Chao Zhengwan panicked and stepped back a few steps. The last time they had met, Yang Kai had instantaneously heavily wounded him, which left a kind of psychological shadow. So the moment he saw Yang Kai again and found that he was much stronger than their previous meeting, he was naturally quite frightened. The two voices which had called out loudly immediately attracted the attention of many people nearby. After they discovered it was really Yang Kai, the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion all showed awkward expressions. "Yang Kai? Where is he?" Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a sigh as soon as he heard this voice call out from the distance. Looking towards the source of the voice, he saw a handsome young man striding over to him. A black combat outfit accentuated his overbearing stance, and his eyes flashed as he looked coldly towards Yang Kai. Approaching to within 10 meters of Yang Kai, this youth glanced indifferently towards Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, although his eyes lit up slightly as they passed over Tang Yuxian's beautiful figure. However, he immediately shifted his gaze back towards Yang Kai and nodded slightly with a smug grin on his face. "Junior Brother Yang, you've back." Yang Kai also grinned. "Senior Brother Xia Hongchun, one of High Heaven Pavilion's core disciples, and someone who had innumerable grudges and grievances with Yang Kai. It's good that you've returned," Xia Hongchun said as he nodded flatly. Putting on a show of his status as a senior brother, he puffed out his chest as he arrogantly said, "Now that you're back you can help rebuild the sect together with us. We just happen to be short of labor around here. It looks like Junior Brother Yang has grown a lot in recent years, so there are plenty of places where you can assist and show off the skills. Don't let the rest of us down." Yang Kai's brow slightly wrinkled while Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't hide their surprise, as extremely odd expressions spread across their faces. This person was interesting, actually trying to arrogantly order a young lord of the Yang family to help clear rubble while saying it was a chance to show off his skills. The place where Yang Kai would show his talents was the Yang family's inheritance war, and definitely not here. "Are these two your friends?" Xia Hongchun turned his attention to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian and asked in a faint voice. "N." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expression twitched slightly, but they eventually didn't speak. They were Yang family blood warriors, and their official rank was lower than a Yang family young lord. So naturally they weren't qualified to be Yang Kai's friends. However, Yang Kai simply admitting as such was quite flattering to them. Xia Hongchun though simply smiled and nodded. Since they are friends of Junior Brother Yang, then they are also friends of High Heaven Pavilion. If the two of you don't mind, you can also help out around here. Naturally, we will also provide enough benefits for your efforts. Both blood warriors' brows twitched as somewhat mocking expressions spread across their faces. The two of them had trouble maintaining a straight face as they glanced back and forth between themselves and Xia Hongchun. although they were only ordinary Yang family blood warriors and no doubt had a lower status than the Yang family's young lords, but that was still only a matter within the Yang family. If they went out and announced their status, even if it was an elder of first-class forces who saw them, they wouldn't dare treat them so frivolously, let alone ask them to act as laborers. Was this little brat actually trying to get them to help rebuild the High Heaven Pavilion? Also, did he really think he had enough benefits to entice a Yang family blood warrior? That wasn't something an average person could put out. Where was this little brat summoning such boundless courage from? Xianxia, completely oblivious to the trouble his mouth had gotten him into, looked up into the sky and wrinkled his brow, muttering to himself, "What kind of eagle is that? It's so irritating." Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his nose as he stifled his laughter, glancing over towards Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who were making even more awkward expressions. The golden feather eagle followed Yang Kai around faithfully and was circling up in the sky. The sounds of its cries had thus naturally attracted the attention of Xianxia. Xianxia stared a moment before nodding slightly, and a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. This eagle seems to have some extraordinary points though. Saying so, he quickly turned and shouted to the side. Uncle Zhong, a middle-aged man about 40 or 50 years old, soon flew over. This man was also a former member of the High Heaven Pavilion, a disciple from the previous generation, and had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage with a decent aptitude. As he landed, he casually asked, "Is there something wrong?" Xianxia turned his gaze up towards the golden feather eagle and asked, "Uncle Zhong, can you chase that eagle away? We wouldn't want it disturbing the two young ladies." Uncle Zhong also looked up, but a moment later shook his head. "It's too high, and the eagle itself looks like it possesses decent strength. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it." Xianxia frowned and looked displeased, waving his hand as he grunted, "It's okay. Carry on." And, after Uncle Zhong left, Xianxia smiled indifferently. "Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Junior brother Yang, wait a moment while I handle this eagle." Yang Kai nodded as his expression remained indifferent. The next moment, Xianxia shot into the sky and headed straight towards the golden feather eagle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest desire to block him, instead of wearing a smug expression like they were looking forward to a good show as they stared at Xianxia's back. That was a Yang family golden feather eagle. If it were so easy to catch or beat, it wouldn't be a monster beast worthy of the Yang family's dedicated cultivation. Does the little lord and this man have some kind of resentment? Tang Yuxian looked towards Yang Kai with a smile. Just from the way Xianxia spoke to Yang Kai and how he now was trying to show off his authority and skills, it was obvious to her that the two youths had some kind of grudge. "It's all in the past," Yang Kai replied indifferently, gently shaking his head. His dispute with Xianxia was really just a petty squabble caused by jealousy. But now that their sect had been destroyed and so much else had transpired, Yang Kai no longer cared about such trifles. "Where is the eagle?" While Yang Kai was watching Xianxia, a concerned voice suddenly called out from nearby. Immediately afterwards, two shadows quickly approached from the distance. The first person was a young woman of around 20 years old. She had a tall figure, jade-white skin, and a slim waist. Her purple dress perfectly complemented her noble temperament, giving her an impeccable appearance. Next to her, there was an exquisite girl who seemed a few years younger. Although this girl was small, the pair of jade peaks rising above her chest could only be described as tremendous. It seemed like these two proud mountains would burst from the clothes which barely contained them at any moment as they bounced up and down in an exaggerated fashion. With a light blush on her small rounded face and a sleek shapely bottom that swelled just the right amount, the very sight of her made the nearby mean swallow unconsciously. The pair of beauties stood and stared at the golden feather eagle circling up in the sky, their expressions incredibly dignified. It was like they weren't staring at an eagle but a giant monster. When the two women arrived, the nearby High Heaven Pavilion disciples, regardless of whether they were male or female, young or old, all stopped what they were doing and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, young Lady Chiu. Greetings, young Lady Luo." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman did not even bother responding to these greetings, though as their gazes remained fixed on the golden feather eagle. Elder sister Qiu, is it really that eagle? Luo Xiaoman, who despite her alluring figure still gave people a feeling of innocence, whispered quietly as she continued staring. It should be, Qiu Yimeng nodded heavily. But I've only ever heard of it and have never personally seen one before. That Xie Hongchen flew up after it. Luo Xiaoman stretched her finger and pointed at a figure up in the sky. What does that idiot think he's doing? Qiu Yimeng's pretty face became ice cold as she said a solemn tone. He absolutely can't kill that eagle. Kill the eagle? Even if one were to hurt it, the consequences would be dire. Although she had long since known that Xie Hongchen was a man who liked to be in the limelight, Qiu Yimeng could now only think of him as a brain-damaged idiot. As long as someone had even a bit vision, they would notice that this eagle was extraordinary, right? Young lady Qiu? Tang Yuxian looked suspiciously at Qiu Yimeng and asked softly. When Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman finally regained their wits, they both turned their eyes towards Yang Kai and the two blood warriors, trembling in surprise as they did. None of them had ever imagined they would meet again like this. Yang Kai at least knew that they were being led around by Shan Qing Luo. However, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know anything about Qiu Yimeng's situation since she had disappeared inside High Heaven Pavilion. After carefully sweeping her eyes over Qiu Yimeng, Tang Yuxian confirmed that she was indeed the Qiu family's first young lady who had been missing for several months. In her surprise, she couldn't help calling out her name. Surprised as well, Qiu Yimeng quickly turned her eyes towards Yang Kai and couldn't help freezing up. Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, reacted even more violently. Her beautiful face suddenly wore a frightened expression and quickly hid behind Qiu Yimeng, before glaring back at Yang Kai for a while. Tu Feng was suddenly puzzled, and his expression became strange, faintly feeling that the Qiu family's first young lady seemed to be familiar with their family's little lord. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng smiled towards Yang Kai, and then turned her attention back to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, sweeping her eyes across them. Tang Yuxian recognizing her wasn't too surprising as she was a famous figure, but she had no idea who Tang Yuxian was. However, when she saw the jade talisman on the two blood warriors' waists, her pretty face couldn't help but becoming serious. Yang family blood warriors? Greetings, young lady Qiu. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian greeted respectfully. Qiu Yimeng's position was equivalent to their little lord's, or more accurately, her status was even higher than Yang Kai's. After all, this young woman was the heaven-sent genius of the Qiu family. She was already one of the most dazzling females in the entire younger generation, while Yang Kai was still just a disciple that had yet to return to the family. Faced with such a figure, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't be sloppy. Qiu Yimeng's expression underwent numerous changes as her eyes glanced back and forth across the three newcomers. But eventually her gaze fixed firmly on Yang Kai as she dumbfoundedly asked, "With two Yang family blood warriors here along with the silver blood golden feather eagle, and a youth whose surname is Yang, then would it be correct to assume you are one of the Yang family's direct descendants?" After seeing all of this, if Qiu Yimeng couldn't guess the true identity of Yang Kai, then she wouldn't be Qiu Yimeng. And Yang Kai nodded casually. "Oh, it seems I was mistaken," Qiu Yimeng muttered begrudgingly. Although she knew that Yang Kai hadn't disclosed his identity because of Yang family's rules, she still felt somewhat bitter about it. Thinking back, she couldn't help feeling ridiculous about how she had tried to recruit Yang Kai into the Qiu family by offering generous conditions while they had been trapped in Shan Qing Luo's palace. As a young lord of the Yang family, what resources could he possibly be lacking? No wonder he hadn't spared my offer a single glance back then, Qiu Yimeng thought to herself. Originally she suspected him of being an arrogant youth whose eyes were higher than his head. But now she knew better. He hadn't considered her offer simply because it was vastly inferior compared to his actual position. Staring at Yang Kai's calm demeanor, Qiu Yimeng's brow twitched as she felt the urge to slap him across his smug face for all the embarrassment she had suffered. No one had ever let her suffer such a big loss. You're a young lord of the Yang family. Luo Xiaoman also stared at Yang Kai with a dumbfounded look. Naturally, Zhou Yimeng sneered gently. Luo Xiaoman was speechless, not knowing what to say. She still remembered when Zhou Yimeng had evaluated Yang Kai. She had mentioned that fortunately he didn't have a strong background. If we're to have a strong background, then there might be no one in the whole world who could surpass him. No, it seems that not only did he have a strong background, it was actually the strongest one possible. None could compare. Do the two young ladies know my family's young lord? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed as she curiously observed Zhou Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. As a woman herself, she sensed an unusual aura from the conversation these youths just had. It seems like there was something unusual between her family's little lord and the two girls in front of him. I know him indeed. Zhou Yimeng showed a dazzling smile, but her teeth were clearly grinding as she did. Hearing her response, a shiver ran up Tu Feng's back as he was confused as to why he suddenly felt a chill in the air. Don't be so hostile. I don't owe anything to you. Yang Kai looked at Zhou Yimeng with a wry smile. He naturally felt the hostility coming from this young woman. You don't owe us anything? Zhou Yimeng sneered. I'd say you owe us a great deal. These words were quite ambiguous and immediately piqued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's interest. Should I recount all of it for you? Zhou Yimeng stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Yang Kai's though maintained an indifferent attitude. Go ahead. I'm listening. Zhou Yimeng suddenly smiled impishly, and her eyes flashed as she licked her lips and said, Then I'll start with what happened with Shan. Hey! Yang Kai's expression quickly changed as he rushed forward and covered Zhou Yimeng's mouth. Shan Qingluo's name was not something that could be mentioned casually. Seeing their young lord act so boldly caused the two blood warriors' brows to rise, and their expressions were somewhat intrigued. That was Zhou Yimeng. The Zhou family's first young lady, one of the dynasty's favored daughters of heaven, was the target of almost every great family's young lords. However, even after being treated like this, she didn't strike back but instead simply struggled like an ordinary woman. Exchanging a quick glance, the two blood warriors could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There's definitely something between them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both thought in their hearts. Let go of me. Zhou Yimeng, who couldn't break free, quietly muttered under her breath. However, Yang Kai gave her a threatening look before slowly releasing his hand and taking a few steps back. Frowning deeply, Yang Kai stared at her indifferently and stated, I don't owe you anything. Everything you encountered you brought upon yourself. It had nothing to do with me. Heartless bastard. Zhou Yimeng cursed viciously. Don't say those kinds of easily misunderstood words. We only met by chance. There's no friendship between us. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Zhou Yimeng suddenly felt angry, as she found that none of her usual means had any effect on Yang Kai. If she had spent so much effort on any other young lords in the capital, they would all be more than willing to nod their heads and wag their tails for her. So why was this one always so cold towards her? There's a lot of things I have to ask you. Is there any place private we can talk? Yang Kai said as he looked around. Zhou Yimeng snorted disdainfully. However, after calming herself for a moment, she still nodded. Come with me. The many High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had watched this scene play out all felt baffled. Just now, Yang Kai and Zhou Yimeng didn't make any effort to conceal their discussion or their attitudes towards each other. Just who Zhou Yimeng was, they all knew quite well. Yet, it seemed like Yang Kai was acquainted with her, and their relationship was by no means simple. What magical ability did he have in the end? How had he managed to become associated with the Zhou family's first young lady? Not long after the group departed, Xianxia landed nearby with a slightly embarrassed appearance. After chasing after it for so long, he still hadn't managed to even catch a single feather from the golden eagle. On the contrary, he had nearly been injured by it instead. After landing, he quickly discovered that Yang Kai had disappeared. Where's Yang Kai? Xianxia asked the disciples around him coldly. Young Lady Zhou arrived and led him away. A junior brother answered. Led him away? Xianxia's brow furrowed, and a look of disbelief spread across his face. Are you sure she led him personally? The junior brother didn't dare say he was certain about it, but simply replied, It seems like young Lady Chiu wanted to discuss something with him. Xianxia nodded but was still suspicious. Why did Chiu Yimeng want to talk to him? Previously she had given him authority over the rebuilding process, so what qualifications did that little brat have to speak with her? Unable to quell his doubts, he quickly walked toward the place where Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had temporarily taken up residence. In a house nearby, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman sat in front of a table across from Yang Kai. The house was very simple, without any furnishings or decorations in it. It was obviously a newly built structure, probably erected specifically for the Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman while they resided in High Heaven Pavilion. Outside the house, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood guard, indifferent to everything around them, and their expressions were cold and serious. After the Chiu family's first young lady personally served tea, she sat back down and stared at Yang Kai for a moment before speaking. If you have anything to ask, just ask. When did she let you go? Yang Kai lifted the teacup and casually asked. 1 month ago. Chiu Yimeng grinned wryly, obviously understanding that the Yang Kai was referring to was the beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo. She really didn't embarrass us and only took us around to various battlefields. Before the decisive battle, she let us go. And what happened? A lot of my preconceived notions changed. Chiu Yimeng paused for a moment before earnestly saying, I used to believe that the world's evil was contained within the ash-gray cloud evil land and that all who lived there were demons and devils. But now I can't think that way anymore. I saw many innocents brutally murdered by our so-called righteous path. I also saw many of our so-called just sects commit numerous outrages inside the ash-gray cloud evil land. She was right that this world isn't only black and white. Everyone has demons in their hearts, and everyone can become a demon. It all depends on whether or not they choose to give in to those urges or not. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he witnessed the great change Chiu Yimeng had undergone. It was indeed a rare enlightenment. Shan Qing Luo was right to bring her around the battlefield. Perhaps Shan Qing Luo had hoped to use the power of the Chiu family to change the world's opinion of the ash-gray cloud evil land, possibly bring about a more permanent understanding and peace. After she let us go, the next place I came was here, Chiu Yimeng said with a smile. Then, does the Chiu family know you're safe? Yang Kai's brow furrowed. I have already sent them a message informing them of my safety. Chiu Yimeng nodded. I also sent a letter to Purple Fern Valley. As for the Bai family, Yang Kai gazed sharpened slightly as he stared straight at Chiu Yimeng. However, the latter simply giggled. Oh, don't worry. I told Xiaoman to tell the Bai family that Bai Yunfeng was hunted down by the Thunderbolt Beast King's henchmen and was unfortunately killed. I made sure there was no mention of you and her. And good. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although Bai Yunfeng's death really didn't have much to do with him, if the truth of the matter were to spread, it would likely stir up the Bai family's resentment. These great forces were notorious for being unreasonable, and while he, a Yang family young lord, would likely escape unscathed, High Heaven Pavilion might still be targeted. Chiu Yimeng slowly stretched herself, fully revealing her graceful curves, not giving the issue a second thought, and indifferently continued. I once told you that if one day I could regain my freedom, I would help clear High Heaven Pavilion's name. Right now, I don't have enough authority to do so. So best I can do right now is help rebuild it and plan for the future. Although Chiu Yimeng was the Chiu family's first young lady, the matters surrounding High Heaven Pavilion were too serious and complex for her to call the shots. At the very least, one of the leaders of a superforce would have to take the lead. So you're the one presiding over the reconstruction work here? Yang Kai asked as he stared at her. What do you think? Chiu Yimeng grinned. High Heaven Pavilion has been declared an evil sect. If I hadn't shown up, who would dare to build anything here? I was prepared to declare it as a subsidiary of the Chiu family for the meantime and look for opportunities later on to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name as a favor to you. No, there's no such thing as selling me a favor. This is simply what your Chiu family should do. Yang Kai sneered back at her. Chiu Yimeng didn't immediately refute this time, instead just nodding as she said, What you say makes some sense. After all, it was my Chiu family that set this place ablaze in the first place. But now that you're back, and with an appropriate backing you should take over yourself. I'm too lazy to get involved. As the property of a Yang family young lord, no one would dare say anything about it, right? Yang Kai was slightly stunned but also didn't refute her. After contemplating for a long time, he felt that what Qiu Yimeng proposed was indeed a good idea. Therefore he nodded in agreement. Good. I give you my thanks. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed imperceptibly as she maintained her smile. But what about those people outside? Where did you find all of them? Yang Kai questioned. From around the local area? Qiu Yimeng grinned as she casually propped up her head with her hands which were resting on the table, a bit lazily replying. They were all hanging around the two other nearby sects, so all I needed to do was speak a few words to those factions' elders, and they were all allowed to come back here. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Those people outside should all be the disciples who were tempted by Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. However, it was unexpected for him that on the eve of the sect's disaster, Xianxia, who was a core disciple, had also abandoned High Heaven Pavilion, while on the contrary, common disciples like Li Yuntian firmly stood with the sect and finally escaped through the Void Corridor, fleeing 10,000 kilometers away. It was only in times of crisis that one could truly understand what was in another's heart. However, Yang Kai didn't give much thought to this matter. Them choosing to leave the sect at that time was their freedom. It seemed that many of them were taken in by Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang, but now that Qiu Yimeng had arrived and sought them out, with her identity as the Qiu family's first young lady, what objections could Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall possibly say? One's sect should always be supported by one's own people. Don't you agree? Qiu Yimeng smiled happily, as if looking forward to Yang Kai praising her efforts. Yang Kai, unfortunately, turned a deaf ear to her, and instead chose to stare at Luo Xiaoman. The latter, behaving like a vicious tiger, had her in its sights. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng simply rolled her eyes, knowing just how stubborn this young man was, and did not force the issue any further. Right, when you came here, did you notice anything odd nearby? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a certain point and inquired. Something odd. Like a place where evil and demonic qi surged forth. Yang Kai spoke in an intentionally casual tone. Oh, you mean that? Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded. We didn't see it when we arrived, but after listening to your senior brother Xianxia, it seems like the place you call the Coiling Dragon Stream was once erupting with demonic qi, so much so that the two nearby factions were preparing to relocate, but it seemed like something down below was continuously absorbing that demonic qi, so, after a few months, the place was restored to its former calm. Has anybody gone down to investigate then? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly nervous. What was absorbing the demonic qi, others might not know, but Yang Kai was clear. Old demon. Upon returning here, Yang Kai had done a quick sweep of the area with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any traces of old demon's aura. Therefore he had simply assumed he had been successful, but now had no idea where he had gone. Did that old devil want to take this opportunity to escape from his control? Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of such a possibility. It wasn't impossible. Old demon was a real devil lord. Not exactly someone who could be described as trustworthy and loyal. No, nobody has gone down there to check. The nearby cultivators were all extremely fearful of approaching the Coiling Dragon Stream. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. That was also understandable. All of them had witnessed what had transpired here. At the time, the demonic qi soared to the heavens and shook the very ground beneath them, and all of them felt a fatal threat from it. Although it now appeared safe and sound, nobody was daring enough to risk their life just to satisfy their curiosity. Do you know what's down there? Qiu Yimeng's gaze suddenly became sharp as she stared at Yang Kai. Nope. Yang Kai shook his head perfunctorily. Qiu Yimeng snorted, knowing that he didn't trust her enough to tell her the truth. Forget it. If you don't want to say, then don't. Let's just focus on the rebuilding of your sect. I've also lingered here for a long time, and even though I've sent a letter back to the capital explaining the situation, I still have to go home as soon as possible, otherwise my family would start worrying about me again. They might even send someone out to bring me back. Qiu Yimeng said bitterly. It seemed like she was somewhat reluctant to go back to the capital. In which case, I think I'll entrust the rebuilding efforts here to you instead of overseeing things myself. Right now, everything has been given to that Xiahongchan to manage. But do you have any thoughts on the matter? Leave things as it is. I believe in you. Yang Kai simply nodded, not even pausing to consider the matter. How open-minded and generous of you, Qiu Meng said sarcastically. Well, whatever, you handle it. But let me say this, whatever happens, don't come complaining to me. Although your senior brother acts like an elite, compared to you he's not much better than trash. But if it's just supervising some reconstruction, he should be capable enough. Luo Xiaoman, who sat next to her, also nodded imperceptibly. Although she didn't like Yang Kai and was even afraid of him, she also couldn't deny that compared to those of his generation he was an outstanding talent. Whether it was in terms of temperament, vision, perseverance, or strength, he excelled far beyond his peers. Well, you should be clearer than I about the inner workings of your sect. If you don't feel comfortable leaving him in charge, you can always swap him for someone else, Qiu Meng said carelessly. No need to bother, rebuilding the sect's buildings isn't a big deal. Let him manage it. Yang Kai replied as he shook his head slowly and said before suddenly looking up towards the door and grinning. Speaking of which, here he comes now. Qiu Meng quickly heard Xie Hongchen's angry roar from outside. Why are you blocking my way? I need to speak with young Lady Qiu. Young Lady Qiu is currently discussing some matters with our young lord, so you can't enter, Tu Feng said coldly as he stood in front of the door. Xie Hongchen couldn't help bursting out into a fit of laughter as he looked at Tu Feng disdainfully and said, Your young lord? Oh, what young lord could you be referring to? You're not talking about Yang Kai, are you? Perhaps you've got the wrong idea. This is my high heaven pavilion site. Wherever I wish to go, none can stop me. As he spoke, it was obvious he was preparing to barge in forcefully. You may not enter. Tu Feng remained firmly in place with an indifferent expression upon his face. Xie Hongchen's face sank as coldly spoke, Out of consideration for Yang Kai, I'll give you a little face. But if you don't know what's good for you and continue to block my path, don't blame me for being impolite. Tang Yuxian immediately showed a dazzling smile, like she was looking forward to what came next. Tu Feng, on the other hand, continued to stare indifferently at Xie Hongchen. Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on his face. Inside the house, Qiu Yimeng grinned as she stared at Yang Kai, obviously eager to see how he would handle this debacle. Let him come in. Yang Kai frowned as he called out. Xie Hongchen could still be considered a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and his senior brother, so in the beginning he had wanted to give him a little face. But now that he had made such a foolish display of himself, Yang Kai was obviously not going to be considerate with him anymore. Hearing this command, Tu Feng obediently stepped aside. Xie Hongchen coldly snorted and adjusted his clothes before striding into the house. But after seeing the situation inside, he couldn't help but stare blankly. What greeted him was the sight of Yang Kai sitting across the table from Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. This kind of treatment was something Xie Hongchen knew he couldn't hope for. Every time he came here to see Qiu Yimeng, he would stand respectfully at the door and make his report before being sent off by her. How can Yang Kai sit there as though he is of their equal? Although the suspicions in his heart grew, Xie Hongchen still wore a businesslike smile on his face as he courteously spoke. Greetings, young Lady Qiu, young Lady Luo. N. Qiu Yimeng responded with a sly grin. You've come just in time. I was talking with your junior brother here about the rebuilding of High Heaven Pavilion, and it seems he has some ideas he wants to discuss with you. Oh, Xie Hongchen chuckled lightly before turning towards Yang Kai. What exactly is it that junior brother Yang wants to say? Although this voice was flat, it clearly contained some provocative tones. Qiu Yimeng quickly sat back and relaxed, as if she was a bystander watching a good show. It was all she could do to stop herself from giggling. It seemed like this idiot still hadn't figured out Yang Kai's true identity. Not only was he speaking arrogantly in front of two Yang family blood warriors, but he was also maliciously targeting one of the Yang family's young lords. Even if someone was ignorant, how could they be stupid to such a degree? Yang Kai's brow furrowed and said, I don't have much to say, just a simple request. Xie Hongchen laughed haughtily. Request, you say? N. In front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. Xia Hongchun at least knew not to directly stir up trouble, so he could only pretend to be magnanimous and say, "Very well, let's hear it. Everything inside the sect should be rebuilt exactly in accordance with the original layout and deployment. All buildings shouldn't deviate from their initial position or appearance in the slightest. Senior brothers have lived in the sect for so many years that you should be very familiar with everything here. With you supervising, it should be accomplishable." Xia Hongchen's mouth twitched slightly when Yang Kai said these words. The tone he was speaking in was not one would use when making a request, but rather one would use to give an order, and this naturally made him feel uncomfortable. This was nothing short of a command. However, as soon as he was about to rebut, Yang Kai continued, "If there is a shortage of people, you can ask for more to be dispatched from the nearby Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. You can use the name of the Cho family's first young lady over here and afterwards give them some compensation." Cho Yimeng could not help pouting slightly and stayed silent, shocked by what he heard. Xia Hongchan couldn't understand why Cho Yimeng hadn't retorted just now. If there is a shortage of funds or supplies, send a letter to the capital and the Cho Young's young lady will arrange for it to be sent to you. Given the Cho family's financial might, they shouldn't care about such minor expenses. Right? Yang Kai turned his gaze towards Cho Yimeng and smiled. Shameless! Cho Yimeng cursed as she ground her teeth. Xia Hongchen's expression became solemn as he finally felt that things were more complicated than he had originally expected. Though if, after seeing all of this, he still couldn't at least figure that much out, he would really be a fool. The junior brother Yang in front of him, he disdained so much now, seemed to have some kind of relationship with Cho Yimeng. Otherwise, how could Cho Yimeng not react at all when he had provoked her so blatantly? Rebuilding a second-class sect wasn't a big deal for a superforce like the Cho family, but it would still be a large amount of financial and material resources. So how could Yang Kai, in just a few words, make such a sweeping decision? If he had absolutely no connection to Cho Yimeng, how could the latter simply agree? A storm was suddenly set off inside Xia Hongchen's mind as he subconsciously realized that this junior brother of his wasn't as simple as he appeared. Additionally, Yang Kai tapped his fingers on the table for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Send out a message to every corner of the world. Let all the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion return home." The last two words he spoke were Yang Kai's resolute decision. It was like a drum that had been struck, which caused the hearts of everyone inside the house to tighten, and a sense of awe swept over them. Only after losing their sect and being scattered by the wind would people realize just how stimulating the word home was. Silence prevailed inside the house, and even Cho Yimeng wore a solemn expression. "Does senior brother have anything he'd like to add?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at Xia Hongchun as he asked. Xia Hongchun shook his head subconsciously and barely managed to mutter, "No." He had come here many times to discuss with Cho Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman during this period of time, so he was relatively well informed about the matters regarding the rebuilding of the sect, so he really had nothing else to add. "If so, then carry on," Yang Kai stated definitively. After Xia Hongchun took some time to regain his wits, he hesitantly turned to Cho Yimeng and stuttered, "Young Lady Cho, this." Cho Yimeng suddenly wore a displeased expression. "Didn't you hear clearly?" I certainly heard, but can junior brother Yang take responsibility for such decisions?" Xia Hongchun desperately said, still unable to bring himself to believe what was happening. However, Cho Yimeng just grinned wryly at his feeble protests and declared, "If he can't take responsibility, then no one can." It was as if Xia Hongchun had suddenly been struck by lightning as he blankly stared towards Yang Kai, and his eyes quivered slightly. Yang Kai still remained indifferent, though, as he stood up and walked towards the door. But, as he passed by Xia Hongchun, he suddenly paused and said in a low voice, "If you dare make a mistake while managing this project, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Hearing these words, Xia Hongchun could only feel a cold chill from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. Cho Yimeng didn't even spare him a glance as she casually followed Yang Kai out. When Luo Xiaoman was about to exit, though, Xia Hongchun suddenly reached out and blocked her path. "What do you want to do?" Luo Xiaoman looked at him suspiciously, feeling that this fool was quite pathetic. "Young Lady Luo, my junior brother, Who exactly is he? Xia Hongchen licked his dry lips and asked softly. Luo Xiaoman bit her lip as she continued walking towards the door but whispered back to him. Your junior brother is a young lord of the Yang family. After speaking so, she walked out without turning back. Xia Hongchen suddenly felt his entire body go soft as he sunk to the floor and landed on his butt with cold sweat pouring down his face. A Yang family, young lord. Those few words had been like an eruption of thunder in Xia Hongchen's ears, shaking his consciousness. The insignificant junior brother, who was neither talented nor strong, actually had such a fearsome background. It was ridiculous that he had been targeting him for years, even secretly plotting against him. What qualifications did he have to fight with him? What qualifications did he have to be jealous of him? He must be clearly aware of everything that had transpired in the past, but why did he not kill him now? To be spared under such circumstances, Xia Hongchen not only didn't feel happy, but instead felt like his heart and his pride had been reduced to ash. It was even more unpleasant than if he had simply killed him. The fact that he let him go definitely meant that Yang Kai disdained to even think about him anymore. After all, would a tiger be concerned with the provocations of an ant? Ha! Ha ha! Laughing stupidly, Xia Hongchen suddenly felt that in this life, he was undoubtedly a complete loser. 1,000 meters below the top of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai entered his secluded home, a group of people soon following behind him. Looking around at the familiar scene before him, the faces of Su Yan and Xianing Chong flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although the sect was destroyed, it seemed like only this place was completely preserved. Inside this secluded home, it seemed like the two women's fragrance still lingered about the stone bed, in particular stained with Su Yan's scent. Little senior sister had also often slept here. Every time she fell asleep, no matter how one shouted, she wouldn't wake up. Even if he stole some small advantages from her, she would resolutely ignore him. Yang Kai didn't know if she was really sleeping or if she was just extremely shy to this day. Thinking so, he suddenly felt that he should earnestly apologize to Xianing Chong the next time they met. Regarding Xianing Chong, Yang Kai wasn't worried. She must still be studying the alchemic way with Xiao Fusheng atop Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak right now. Along with Meng Wuya protecting her, she was definitely safe. But what about Su Yan? Since he was last separated with her, he had never heard from her again. Where exactly did she go? It seems the heaviness of Yang Kai's mood didn't escape the eyes of the two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, and all of them chose to stand quietly at the entrance of the cave without disturbing him. After he walked inside, Yang Kai sat on the bed and stroked the smooth stone surface as memories seemingly flashed across his thoughts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to have a chance to return here again this time. After this, he would have to participate in the inheritance war, the end of which was difficult to predict. As his mood swung up and down, it wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered just how much he liked this place. Yang Kai only stepped out from the inner part of the cave after a long time. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, had been standing outside waiting patiently. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian still maintained their stalwart appearance, but it seemed like Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had gotten bored and had leisurely taken a seat. After seeing Yang Kai's composed manner, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. For an entire day and night, although they hadn't seen Yang Kai, they could clearly sense the mournful atmosphere from the inner cave. They hadn't expected the little lord to completely adjust himself so quickly. But now, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian could clearly see his expression was calm and filled with confidence. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm going down to check things out. Yang Kai greeted the crowd before swiftly moving towards the cave's entrance. Qiu Yimeng suddenly stood up and came over to him, staring at him curiously. What exactly is down there? Ever since she had arrived here, Qiu Yimeng had been curious about the coiling dragon stream, but the disciples from High Heaven Pavilion had been too fearful to investigate. Even the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had strongly advised her not involve herself with the coiling dragon stream. So until today, Qiu Yimeng had still not gone to explore the coiling dragon stream. But now that Yang Kai had declared he was going to enter it, she was naturally curious. Heh! Yang Kai simply smirked and let out a sly laugh before directly descending into the canyon. That little... Qiu Yimeng grumbled but eventually didn't chase after him. Yang Kai clearly didn't want her to follow him, so if she were to rashly try to tag along, it would only serve to annoy him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared into the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Apologies, young Lady Qiu. My family's little lord's temperament seems to be a little terse. Tang Yuxian said with a light chuckle. She hadn't known Yang Kai for more than a few days, but she was keenly aware that Yang Kai had many impressive points, things that his fellow peers didn't possess. Because of this, Tang Yuxian was actually very optimistic about this little lord's chances and immediately made an excuse for Yang Kai. It's nothing, Qiu Yimeng replied in an offhanded manner. Tu Feng looked at her thoughtfully and casually asked, Are young Lady Qiu and our little lord old friends? Haha, I wouldn't dare claim we're friends. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both couldn't help feeling slightly surprised. Qiu Yimeng, regardless of her identity or aptitude, was amongst the peak of her generation in the capital. The young lords of the 8 great families would all be proud to call her as a friend, but now she had intentionally humbled herself, even going so far as to say she wasn't capable of calling herself Yang Kai's friend. What exactly was this situation? The bitterness and unwillingness in her smile was absolutely not false courtesy. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were naturally clear about this. You've probably also noticed how coldly he treats me. Qiu Yimeng didn't shy away from things and instead stated the situation quite clearly, lightly saying, Him and I, we're just people who met by chance. Nothing more. The 2 blood warriors immediately became curious. Tu Feng inquiring, If possible, could young Lady Qiu explain how you met one another? If it is inconvenient to say, then simply treat it like I had never asked. Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before calming, and only after a long silence did she reply, There's nothing inconvenient. I had been in charge of the team that first came to High Heaven Pavilion to inquire about the new Demon Lord's information. It was then that I met him and we became enemies. What happened that day you most likely already know. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both nodded. High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, together with 4 Immortal Ascension boundary elders, engaged over a dozen Qiu family, by family and Purple Fern Valley masters, but not only did they manage to escape safely, but they also injured several people. After that great battle, it became known that there was a supreme expert at the above Immortal Ascension boundary in High Heaven Pavilion. But what the rest of the world doesn't know is just how amazing this place is. Amazing! The 2 blood warriors couldn't hide their surprise. For Qiu Yimeng to make such a comment, it seems like there were still many details about that day that remained hidden. And amazing. High Heaven Pavilion is an amazing sect. And your little lord is also an amazing person. Qiu Yimeng smiled playfully. Before that day, she had never thought that there was a way for one to connect 2 different locations more than 10,000 kilometers apart. Nor had she dreamed that a young man from her generation, with a far lower cultivation than her own, could fight evenly with her. It was also beyond her wildest imagination that someone could capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen after only spending a single month with her. If she were to speak objectively, Qiu Yimeng believed herself to be a top-tier talent. If she was a man, she would surely become the next patriarch of the Qiu family. Unfortunately, the heavens had made her a woman. But even so, she didn't dare to compare herself with Yang Kai. The potential of this young man was terrifying. If he were to truly grow up, his achievements would far exceed those of the current masters. Maybe he could even create a new generation of legends. What exactly makes him so amazing? Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes shimmered as she asked in anticipation. What exactly? Well, I don't know how much I should say. If you want to know about it, you should ask young Master Yang himself. If I say too much, he may really come to hate me. Such a thankless endeavor. How could I willingly participate? You? The 2 blood warriors suddenly became disgruntled. Qiu Yimeng had just stirred up their interest, only to not give them any satisfactory answers. This feeling of being stimulated and then let down was quite uncomfortable, like a cat was clawing at their hearts. If it were someone else who had spoken like this to them, The two blood warriors would have let her clearly experience the Yang family's information extraction methods. But since it was Qiu Yimeng, there was really nothing more they could say. Adjusting her appearance, Qiu Yimeng solemnly continued, "Although it isn't convenient for me to say too much, what I can tell you is that you should absolutely never underestimate your family's little lord." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nearly staggered upon hearing these words. Qiu Yimeng had used 3 absolutely in a row, and the tone she spoke in was extremely dignified. What did such a statement mean? This showed that the first young lady of the Qiu family was very optimistic about Yang Kai, enough so to throw her full support behind him. Anyone who looks down upon him will pay a heavy price. Qiu Yimeng smiled meaningfully as she let out a giggle. Tu Feng's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling somewhat like he was dreaming. Tang Yuxian couldn't help furrowing her brow as she wondered why Qiu Yimeng could make such a statement so confidently. However, even if the two were suspicious, they also know Qiu Yimeng would certainly not explain any further. Facing such an impasse, the two simply nodded. "We'll remember." N. Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly, seemingly casually asking, "For this time's Yang family inheritance war, will the blood warriors be participating?" Tu Feng smiled wryly. "We do not know at this point, as there hasn't been a clear announcement from the family. If you do participate, if I were you, I would definitely choose to follow him," Qiu Yimeng said with a somber expression. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show any change in expression but instead lightly replied, "Many thanks for young lady Qiu's advice. If such a time comes to pass, we will consider it seriously." Qiu Yimeng nodded once and then no longer spoke, knowing that no matter what she said, it would be also impossible to influence the thoughts of the two immortal Ascension boundary masters. At that time, if they had to choose who to follow, they would only rely on their own judgment to do so. Her saying so much now wouldn't play any big role in their decisions. At most, it would only make them anticipate Yang Kai's upcoming performance. At the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai stopped at the place where he had left Old Demon, but there were no traces of him to be found. That old devil must have left this place long ago. The soaring evil chi here has all been swallowed clean by him, so he must have decided there was no point in remaining. Back then, Old Demon had said that he would come look for him after he finished absorbing the demonic chi here, but the events that had transpired before then were beyond both of their expectations. The Qiu family had arrived with a large number of masters. Su Yan and the others had flown 10,000 kilometers away through the void corridor. Yang Kai had been sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land. Whether it was him or Old Demon, neither of them could have predicted such startling changes. Most likely, even if Old Demon really had the intention to find him, there would have been no clear direction for him to search. If that was really the case, then Old Demon not having contacted him so far would be understandable. But what if he had decided to betray him? Yang Kai wasn't clear at all. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly let his divine sense sweep the surrounding area, and a moment later, his expression began to change, quickly turning to look at the side of the canyon. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about it. There was nothing there to see, but under Yang Kai's divine senses induction, he became keenly aware of something unusual. In that spot, there was some trace of demonic chi left behind. Focusing his sense towards the remnant chi, an image slowly revealed itself. Within the ripples of demonic chi, a blurry handwriting appeared on the gray canyon wall, and the message was clearly not very old, as if it had been written within the past few months. With a glance, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Old Demon didn't try to escape from him. If he had, he wouldn't have used such a discreet method to leave behind such a message here. Old Servant has already accomplished his task and has decided to go seek out Young Master. If Old Servant cannot find Young Master, he will return here after 3 months from the date of this message. This was clearly written by Old Demon for him. Old Demon must be planning to use 3 months to go out and inquire about Yang Kai's information and would thus return here after that period of time. Old Demon must have known that as long as Yang Kai was still alive, he would certainly come here to look for him. This alone was enough to prove that Old Demon was still loyal to him. Smiling happily, Yang Kai drew a sword and wrote a line of text under the message. Central capital, Yang family home. There was no need to say anything more, old demon only needed to see this, and when he came back here. After letting out a laugh, Yang Kai shot up like lightning towards his secluded cave. Upon his return, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian cast an inquisitive gaze towards him. Yang Kai wasn't sure whether it was an illusion or not, but he somehow felt that these two were now observing him more carefully than before. Have you finished handling your business? Xiao Yimeng asked with a slightly playful smile upon her lips. And then what are your plans? Yang Kai grinned, proudly and confidently declared, head back to the capital and participate in the inheritance war. Xiao Yimeng slowly revealed an expression of such excitement before eagerly saying, I also plan to head back. If you don't mind, how about we travel together? Yang Kai gave a quick glance towards her before nonchalantly replying, do as you'd like. Xiao Yimeng grinned, then I'll be imposing on you. Yang Kai was puzzled by her remark. Imposing on me? You'll know tomorrow, Xiao Yimeng said with a chuckle but didn't answer and instead said, give me half a day. There's still some things here I need to deal with. I'll be ready to leave tomorrow morning. Good. Yang Kai nodded readily. Xiao Yimeng had been here supervising the rebuilding of High Heaven Pavilion. Naturally, there would be issues she needed to resolve before she departed. The next day, the group of people were ready to set out. No one from High Heaven Pavilion came to see them off. Even the formerly arrogant Xianxia didn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Kai and instead chose to silently preside over the reconstruction of the sect. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally realized what Xiao Yi meant when she said she'd be imposing on him. As the silver blood golden feather eagle soared high above, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian each rode on a cloud-treading colt and stared towards Yang Kai awkwardly, but both of them smiled as if they were anticipating something. Yang Kai frowned deeply as he glanced around, obviously somewhat depressed. There were only 3 cloud-treading colts between them. The 2 blood warriors both rode one and Yang Kai rode the last. The question then was, which mount would Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman ride? Tang Yuxian could bring one with her, but the other? Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both young girls and the road to the central capital was long and bumpy. No matter who they rode with, there was bound to be a certainly amount of physical contact. Xiaoman or I, you can choose yourself. Xiao Yimeng obviously understood this. Grinning towards Yang Kai, her smile, while beautiful and captivating, seemed to contain many different emotions. Teasing, anticipation, embarrassment, and so on. Luo Xiaoman also realized the situation they were in and couldn't help blushing bright red. However, Yang Kai just snorted and said, Yuxian can take one, Tu Feng can carry the other, I'll ride alone. Xiao Yimeng's smile quickly disappeared as she stared at Yang Kai, apparently not having thought he would reject such a great opportunity to be close to a beauty. As for the 2 blood warriors, both of them couldn't hide their surprise. Tu Feng quickly coughed and commented, I do not mind if the 2 young ladies have no objections. Xiao Yimeng quickly directed a glare towards him, causing Tu Feng to immediately stifle his words, a faint laugh taking its place. If so, I have a suggestion. Xiao Yimeng's gaze quickly transferred back as she let out a giggle. What? You and Tu Feng can ride together so that Xiaoman and I can have a mount to ourselves. In your dreams. Yang Kai resolutely refused. Don't screw with me. You want Tu Feng and I to ride a cloud-treading colt together? Xiao Yimeng seemed to know that he would say so she rolled her eyes exaggeratedly and then said, Then you can ride together with elder sister Tang. Tang Yuxian, who up to this point had been enjoying the role of bystander, suddenly blushed bright red upon hearing this suggestion. Since Yang Kai was one of the Yang family's young lords and she was a Yang family's blood warrior, if Yang Kai really insisted on sharing a cloud-treading colt with her, she would not refuse, but wouldn't that be too awkward for her? Suddenly, she was extremely nervous, for fear that Yang Kai would agree to Xiao Yimeng's suggestion. No! Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling like the situation was more difficult than he had thought. There aren't enough mounts, so we need to share. If you don't agree with my suggestions, then what do you propose? Xiao Yimeng casually said, maintaining her calm and composed smile. Obviously, she had already considered this issue yesterday. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time but still couldn't come up with a good idea. Hey, you're a man, aren't you? Make up your mind. Don't make us sit here waiting all day for you, Qiu Yimeng urged. Yang Kai ground his teeth for a moment longer before jumping up onto his cloud-treading colt and reaching out his hand. Just as Qiu Yimeng wore a victorious smile and was about to accept, Yang Kai suddenly said, Luo Xiaoman, come up. The Ke family's young lady's face cramped up on the spot before she stared blankly at Yang Kai, and a look of embarrassment flashed across her eyes, as she suddenly felt the urge to run up and slap Yang Kai. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman, like a frightened rabbit, recoiled sharply and hurriedly whimpered, no. Even she wasn't quite sure why, but she deeply feared Yang Kai. Let's go. Yang Kai shouted impatiently, signaling to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with his hand as he glanced back at the two young ladies. Ha! Qiu Yimeng let out an exasperated breath as she muttered under her breath, How can you be so ruthless? What ruthlessness are you talking about? If you don't want to follow along with us, you can find your own way back to the central capital. Just go hire a carriage or something. Obviously, Yang Kai really didn't want to be entangled with her any further. Qiu Yimeng stared at him bitterly but quickly found that he wasn't speaking in jest. Letting out another sigh, she turned to her side and said, Xiaoman, go up. I'm scared. Luo Xiaoman whimpered as she burst into tears. There's nothing to be afraid of. He won't bite you. Qiu Yimeng joked as she held Luo Xiaoman's arms and, while the latter let out a pitiful cry, tossed her up behind Yang Kai before she mounted Tang Yuxian's cloud-treading colt. Hold on tight, Yang Kai grumbled before rapidly urging his cloud-treading colt forward. Helpless, Luo Xiaoman resigned herself to her situation and quickly wrapped her arms around Yang Kai. As her pretty face drained of all color, the entire party traveled forward in silence. Qiu Yimeng seemed quite angry and didn't try to speak with Yang Kai again even when they stopped to rest. Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, slowly relaxed after suffering silently for a whole day. As the group galloped along the bumpy road, Yang Kai continuously felt two tremendously soft sensations press against his back. Experiencing this wondrous elasticity, he couldn't help feeling his decision was correct. This little girl, Luo Xiaoman, she really has some capital. It's fantastic. If he had chosen to take Qiu Yimeng with him instead, he wouldn't have been able to experience such enjoyment. This discovery suddenly made him feel the trip back to the central capital wasn't so bland. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian could also perceive the strained atmosphere lingering around their group, so they didn't dare say much, as to not further the awkwardness of the situation. If not for the harsh wind, which whistled past their ears, there would be no sound at all. Along the way, it seemed like the entire world had already become aware that the Yang family was recalling their young lords, and word of the inheritance war was gradually spreading. It was only a short while ago that the war between the righteous and evil sects had broken out, and now the Yang family was preparing to launch their inheritance war. It seemed like this year the entire Great Han dynasty was destined to be a restless. The inheritance war attracted the attention of millions of people. Although the Yang family's inheritance war ostensibly was about selecting its next patriarch, but each time it happened it would inevitably involve a wide range of influences, and many forces from across the dynasty would come to participate. Those forces which participated would often send out their juniors to bear witness to the heritage and methods of the dynasty's great families, so that they could increase their experience and hone their skills. On the other hand, it was also an opportunity to forge connections with the central capital's 8 great families. If these smaller influences could accurately judge the situation of these Yang family young lords, there would no doubt be great benefits to them in the future. In addition to the dynasty's major forces, there were also many individual cultivators who would come to the central capital to seek their own opportunities. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as such was a much-anticipated event. Some who took advantage of this opportunity would have a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate and became famous, while others would only find themselves in early death. Pros and cons coexist. The entire inheritance war was a gamble. Various forces and cultivators bet their lives hoping to secure their futures. This war was the most important checkpoint for this generation's young lords of the Yang family. 5 days later, After traveling some 10,000 kilometers, the group was still some distance from the central capital. When the three cloud-treading colts stopped for a rest, Qiu Meng suddenly looked off into the distance, after a while saying, "The Lu family's home is near here. I'd like to make a detour there to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Then, turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, "How about stopping there for a rest?" When Yang Kai frowned and was about to refuse, Tang Yuxian suddenly interjected, "Since it's nearby, then we might as well take advantage of the opportunity. It shouldn't delay us very long." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not immediately understanding why she had made such a decision herself. However, Tang Yuxian simply smiled back and said, "The Lu family seems to have ties to the Qiu family, right?" Qiu Yimeng nodded. "Right, they're one of our subordinate forces. Amongst the central capital's 8 great families, which family doesn't have 1 or 2 such attached influences? Though the world is big, amongst the top forces there's always some contact. The Lu family and Qiu family just happen to share a somewhat closer relationship. These years they've also come to visit my Qiu family's home quite frequently." Tang Yuxian quickly followed up. "The Lu family is also considered as a first-class family. Little Lord paying them a visit wouldn't be inappropriate." Once she had mentioned the Lu family's status, Yang Kai immediately realized that Tang Yuxian wanted to take the opportunity to win them over and see if they could become a boost to him for the coming inheritance war. Even if he couldn't draw them to his side, showing his face would still be a prudent move. Although Yang Kai currently held the identity of a Yang family young lord, but in the end that meant very little. A Yang family young lord who had no background or allies was just a paper tiger even if he was somewhat stronger than his peers. After realizing her intentions, Yang Kai no longer refused. "Good. This Lu family can also be said to have some small influence. It wouldn't be polite not to at least pay them a visit." Qiu Yimeng scoffed lightly at Yang Kai's dismissive response but didn't haggle over the matter. The Lu family wasn't originally a first-class family, but because of its close ties to the Qiu family, after receiving such a great power's assistance, it gradually became stronger, leading to it accumulating more Immortal Ascension boundary masters, until finally it had been promoted. This was something which had only happened in recent years. In reality, though, the Lu family could only be ranked amongst the lower end of the dynasty's first-class forces. After being acknowledged as a first-class family, though, the 2 nearby third-class forces had no choice but to submit to the Lu family. Lu Liang, the Lu family's current patriarch, didn't possess great strength, only achieving Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th stage cultivation. But as a patriarch, individual strength wasn't the most important requirement. His talents in communication and management were the biggest reasons for the Lu family's current prosperity. It was also because of his persistent visits and overtures to the Qiu family that the Lu family had managed to win their favor. When Yang Kai's group arrived at the Lu family's compound, the guards immediately realized that their status was extraordinary and thus quickly came forward to respectfully greet them. These Lu family guards naturally had some vision, so upon recognizing the cloud-treading colts, monster beasts that could only be bred by first-class forces, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was by no means an unimportant person. After Qiu Yimeng reported her identity and name, the guards immediately bowed respectfully to her. One of them hurriedly rushed into the compound, most likely to inform the leaders of the Lu family. The Lu family home had many manors within its grounds, along with a number of pavilions, lakes, bridges, gardens, and fields, giving one a refreshing impression. The buildings weren't grand, but were exquisitely built, refined, and elegant. Qiu Yimeng led the way, Luo Xiaoman stood alongside her while Yang Kai followed behind them, and the 2 blood warriors brought up the rear. As they walked forward, Yang Kai also glanced around appreciatively at the various sights. Soon after Yang Kai's group's arrival, a number of people hurried over to greet them, one of them being the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang. Lu Liang wore long cyan robes and had a well-trimmed mustache that gave him a refined appearance. However, his narrow pair of eyes always seemed to be emitting a piercing light. The first impression one would have of him was shrewd, and the second impression only reinforced that assessment. As he walked out from inside the main hall, he wore a welcoming smile as he laughed loudly, before quickly coming before Qiu Yimeng and bowing politely. "Young Lady Qiu, you honor my Lu family with your visit. Although he was the head of a first-class family, the Lu family was essentially a subordinate of the Qiu family. So with Qiu Yimeng's status, it was only natural for Lu Liang to greet her so respectfully. Moreover, it had always been Lu Liang who would visit to Qiu family in the central capital, but now, for the first time, a member of the Qiu family had actually come to visit. Lu Liang was naturally excited about such an event. Qiu Yimeng quickly wore a perfect smile as she nodded. Uncle Lu is too polite. My companions and I happened to be passing by here and thought to stop over for a rest. I hope we're not bothering you, are we? Lu Liang hastily waved his hand in reply. Inconvenience, nonsense. The first young lady is more than welcome. Having young Lady Qiu visit is my Lu family's privilege. The Lu family will extend the warmest welcome to the young lady and her honored guests. Qiu Yimeng calling him uncle had already made Lu Liang more than happy. All those years he had been running around the central capital was specifically to curry favor with the Qiu family, and now it seemed his efforts had paid off. With just a few words, the relationship between the two families had been pulled closer, so the Lu family elders behind Lu Liang were naturally all smiling and bowing. After exchanging these pleasantries, Lu Liang's gaze shifted to the two blood warriors, his vision becoming slightly dignified as he swept his eyes past Yang Kai, asking, Great niece, this young lord is... Lu Liang's wit was impeccably sharp so naturally, he understood with one glance that Yang Kai's identity was not low, otherwise, he would not be followed by two immortal Ascension boundary masters. Qiu Yimeng smiled but didn't speak a word, and instead pointing upwards with her delicate finger. At that exact moment, a golden-feathered eagle flew past, drawing the attention of all the Lu family masters. Upon seeing this monster beast, Lu Liang understood just who Yang Kai was. Returning his gaze to the youth before him, he quickly cupped his fists and greeted, So it is young Master Yang, Lu family master. Yang Kai stared back indifferently and greeted him. The other Lu family elders were stunned as they secretly began to survey Yang Kai. The Yang family recalling its scattered young masters and the silver-blood golden feather eagles spreading out throughout the great Han dynasty, while the blood warrior masters followed close behind. How could such a major event not be known by the Lu family? However, they hadn't expected that they would actually meet a Yang family young lord at this time. After careful examination, the young man in front of him appeared shockingly calm, with a firm and indifferent expression. Although he couldn't see any special place, he was no doubt the young lord of a great family, and knowing that family was the world-famous Yang family, it was obvious he wasn't ordinary. Lu Liang laughed again before gesturing towards the pavilion behind him. Great niece, young Master Yang, please come inside. While escorting these newcomers, Lu Liang quickly signaled to the others behind him. Prepare the best food and drink. My Lu family has the privilege of entertaining two distinguished guests today. We cannot show any neglect. Yes. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and pulled Luo Xiaoman along with her. Yang Kai also didn't hesitate to follow. Inside the Lu family's main hall, a variety of delicacies were spread out atop a grand banquet table. There were a variety of rare fruits and sumptuous dishes, all accompanied by flagons of fine wines served by the pretty maids. The atmosphere in the hall was warm and the crowd cheerfully toasted one another. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women. Naturally, they didn't drink alcohol. Lu Liang apparently had anticipated this and had specifically prepared a fine fruit juice which was both fragrant and flavorful, yet would not make them drunk. The two women also seemed to enjoy this drink. On the other hand, Yang Kai's identity was somewhat special, so although he was a man, no one dared to force him to drink too much. When the many elders of the Lu family proposed toasts, they would not mind if Yang Kai only took a sip from his cup. Tang Yuxian's treatment was the same as that of Qiu Yimeng Luo Xiaoman. Only one person, Tu Feng, downed his drink proudly. As a blood warrior of the Yang family, his status wasn't low even in front of these Lu family elders. In response, the Lu family's elders all frequently raised their glasses to Tu Feng. Tu Feng sat next to Yang Kai with no intention of moving, but if someone came up to toast him, he would generously accept, making the scene more and more lively. These members of the Lu family were all considered overlords in this area, but in front of a Yang family blood warrior, Their status was nothing worth mentioning, so naturally their attitudes and gestures were extremely deferential. In the past, they had only heard rumors about the Yang family blood warriors but had never seen one with their own eyes. Now 2 of them had actually arrived at their family home, so naturally they wouldn't let the opportunity to socialize with them go easily. Lu Liang's reputation as an eloquent host wasn't undeserved. His conversation and oratory skills were outstanding, and although he frequently spoke words of praise, none of it sounded false or forced, allowing anyone who heard such overtures to feel comfortable and flattered. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was quite surprised to find that Yang Kai didn't carry the usual overbearing arrogance normally associated with young lords of his age. He treated everyone equally, not shunning or despising them due to the difference in status, but on the contrary, this only made the Lu family members more confused. Had Qiu Yimeng not specifically stated that Yang Kai was a young lord of the Yang family, and if it weren't for the existence of the 2 blood warriors, Lu Liang would find it hard to believe that he was really who he claimed to be. Uncle Lu, it has been a long journey here. Xiao Man and I will take our leave here. Please excuse us, Qiu Yimeng suddenly said, as if she wasn't interested in remaining any longer, and promptly stood up and walked towards the exit. Good, Lu Liang hurriedly said, and immediately signaled to 2 pretty servants by waving. Escort the 2 young ladies to their rooms to rest. Yes. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had been led away, the banquet continued. One of the Lu family elders suddenly let out a deep laugh and asked, Patriarch, just drinking like this is somewhat tasteless. How about we add some entertainment? Lu Liang nodded slightly and agreed. Indeed, it seems I've been negligent. As he spoke so, he clapped his hands loudly. Immediately afterwards, a group of young women in exotic dress entered the hall and began singing and dancing. Obviously, they had been waiting outside in anticipation of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman leaving early. All of these women were born enchanting flowers, their bodies covered with thin layers of semi-transparent fabric, their delicate navels, white arms, and slender legs all exposed to the air. Drums and gongs were heard all around, accompanying an array of flutes and strings. These young women sang and danced gracefully, their voices complemented by the rhythmic background music. All of them wore enchanting smiles as their waists twisted enchantingly, as they beckoned and teased with their jade-like hands. An alluring mixture of grace and charm was on full display, forming a picture that was difficult to turn one's eyes away from. These women also kept brushing past Yang Kai and others as they sat, each of them throwing coquettish looks mixed with a hint of shyness, inviting one's imagination to wander. Tang Yuxian couldn't help frowning. Although she wasn't exactly happy with this display, she also understood Lu Liang's intentions. She was also quietly observing Yang Kai's reactions. Tu Feng, on the other hand, watched unashamedly. The long scar across his face seemed to become more ferocious. On the contrary, Yang Kai remained indifferent, although his eyes seemed to be admiring the view before him as he glanced back and forth across these women. But there was no obscene light to be seen, only an aloof appreciation. Even when these young women danced right in front of him or rushed up to him and showed him favor, his reaction was still calm and temperate. Seeing this, everyone else in the room couldn't help feeling some surprise. The youth, especially young men, having a liking for this kind of thing was basically a given. Amongst the Lu family elders who sat here, which one of them hadn't once been young and frivolous? When they had been Yang Kai's age, all of them indulged in fantasies about betting the world's various beauties and tasting their enchanting flavors. Only when they had grown older did their mentalities change, instead focusing on pursuing other, loftier ambitions. Lu Liang also intended to take this opportunity to explore Yang Kai's preferences, to see which type of woman could attract his attention. Little did he think that, in the face of this blatant temptation, this young man actually remained completely indifferent, not showing the slightest bit of care. This Yang family young lord is unusual, faced with such enticement yet being able to control his desires to such an extent. The firmness of this young man's will was definitely amazing. As long as he could maintain such a strong mentality, his future accomplishments would certainly not be small. In an instant, these thoughts flashed through Lu Liang's head, making him secretly nod in satisfaction. Tang Yuxian also nodded appreciatively. She had lived in the central capital year in and year out. Naturally, she understood the disposition of these young lords. Most of them made no effort to disguise their intentions. Not to mention the capital's young ladies. Some of these young lords had even shown interest towards her, causing no small annoyance to her. In contrast, Yang Kai's current performance undoubtedly made Tang Yuxian very happy. Unbeknownst to these people, although these women were all beautiful, if one were to speak of beauties Yang Kai had seen, how could these young girls compare to the likes of Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shan Qingluo, or the Hu sisters? In addition, having been plagued by the side effects of the joyous unification art for many years, Yang Kai had long ago learned to ignore the temptations of such flowers. In this world, unless Shan Qingluo personally came forward to tempt him, it was unlikely that anyone could successfully enchant Yang Kai against his will. These sultry little girls, with their flirtatious glances and provocative dances, were nothing more than a spring breeze to Yang Kai. Not long after they had begun, Lu Liang casually waved to these young women, who then respectfully withdrew. As they were leaving the hall, many of them cast glances towards Yang Kai, seeming to understand that this young man's status was unordinary. If they could somehow win his favor, they could leap from their current position and soar into the sky as phoenixes, no longer being lowly dancers in the Lu family. Lu Liang laughed upon seeing these attitudes. These women were all children of poor or impoverished families in our domain. They were adopted and raised by my Lu family. All of them are pure white jades. Only when guests or great importance arrive will they come forward to dance. Would young Master Yang be interested in receiving one or two? Having a few beautiful flowers to accompany you will certainly make the upcoming inheritance war more pleasant. However, Yang Kai simply smiled lightly and slowly shook his head. In Lu Liang's slender eyes, a light quickly flashed as he noticed Yang Kai was not putting on an act but really had no interest in these women. If he was even casually interested, Yang Kai would only need to nod his head here and Lu Liang would definitely arrange it. Another senior member of the Lu family spoke up here in a timely manner. Speaking of the inheritance war, this old master can't help remembering back to the battles 20 years ago. That inheritance war was particularly fierce. Another elder echoed. How many giants fell? How many families disappeared? It was a pity that my Lu family was not strong enough to participate at the time. Truly a pity. The Yang family inheritance war was about to unfold, and the various Yang family young lords would surely be making a huge effort to win over supporters to help them win. At this time, Qiu Yimeng had intentionally brought Yang Kai to the Lu family. Although he didn't say anything, Lu Liang also knew that this was likely an opportunity. 20 years ago, the Lu family was a small influence that could barely be called a local tyrant. Naturally, they didn't qualify to participate in the inheritance war. But now, the Lu family had grown into a first-class giant. People seek greater heights just as water flows to the sea. How could the Lu family pass up a chance to step onto a broader stage? They had already attached themselves to the great tree known as the Qiu family. If they could possibly forge a good relationship with the Yang family, then the Lu family's future would be secured. However, grabbing hold of the Yang family's thighs wasn't that simple. The Yang family was a giant beast, and its patriarch was its head. Every time the patriarch changed, it would always cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang was eager to participate in this inheritance war, but he had no way of knowing if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to win. If the Lu family threw their support behind Yang Kai only to see him lose the inheritance war, the single failure would wipe out all of the Lu family's several years of hard work. Lu Liang had to act prudently. This was something all the Lu family elders clearly understood. The consequences of backing the wrong side were no joke. This was related to the future of their family. The topic of the inheritance war was gradually brought up by all the members of the Lu family, whether it was consciously or unconsciously, and all of them continued reflecting on the events from 20 years ago as they quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem interested in these things at all, and instead he just savored the various fruits and dishes before him while casually listening or showing an indifferent expression. Due to his nonchalant attitude, the Lu family elders couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. Slowly, the conversation drifted towards the current state of affairs. Because the majority of the Yang family's young lords had yet to completely surface, no one knew what kind gains these young lords had made over the course of their outside experience. But now that there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him, Lu Liang was naturally interested in listening to Yang Kai's strengths and connections. Knowing that it was improper to bluntly ask about such details, though, Lu Liang instead decided to ask several casual questions. But before he could get started, Yang Kai had already lazily stretched his back and yawned. Seeing this, Lu Liang could only swallow back the questions he had. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Somewhat." Lu Liang's eyes flickered before a smile appeared on his face. "Since young Master Yang is weary from his travels, we will end things here for today. Come, bring young Master Yang to his chambers." Yang Kai didn't refuse, slowly getting up and nodding to the crowd. "If so, then I'll take my leave. Young Master Yang is too polite." Lu Liang chuckled. After draining what was left in their glasses, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors departed as the Lu family elders looked on. They had all thought that Yang Kai wanted to draw in the Lu family, so they had all made some mental preparations, each of them observing Yang Kai's mannerisms carefully until just now. Lu Liang was even thinking that if Yang Kai didn't bring up the subject himself, he wouldn't say anything directly either. If he was to be rebuffed here, wouldn't he lose too much face? After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai. Naturally, it was impossible to rush into becoming his allies. It had never occurred to Lu Liang, though, that this young Master Yang would not even mention anything about the inheritance war and simply leave. This was beyond everyone's expectations. "Patriarch." A Lu family elder frowned awkwardly as he inquired, "It couldn't be that he really came here just to rest?" "It shouldn't be." Lu Liang mused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "He must certainly have thoughts about recruiting us. Although he appeared very indifferent, I could still feel it." "Then why did he not show any intentions?" The man coldly snorted. "Is he not confident enough?" Many people also agreed with this idea, nodding their heads lightly. If not for a lack of self-confidence, why would Yang Kai not even bring up the subject? At the very least, didn't he plan to show off some of his strength in order to appeal to them? If that's the case, my Lu family shouldn't put too much hope on him. Knowing that an alliance will fail, why bother wasting our resources? All of them had held great expectations for Yang Kai, but now these hopes had greatly diminished. Lu Liang, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing a cunning light as a grin appeared on his face. Rather than him not feeling confident, how is it that I feel he is examining our Lu family instead? Ah! Everyone's expressions suddenly cramped. Him evaluate our Lu family? Does he have the qualification to do that? Even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was not a master yet. What right did he have to pass judgment on the Lu family? Lu Liang simply chuckled, though. "Have you forgotten? In the inheritance war, it is not only we who are choosing a young lord of the Yang family, but also they who are choosing us. Do you think that since we're a first-class family, he should come groveling to us to win us over?" The Lu family elders paused for a moment before laughing wryly. Someone quickly saying, "Patriarch doesn't need to speak so harshly. We didn't mean to say that much. Right? Good, although there is some truth to what Patriarch has said. Doesn't that little brat think too much of himself? Are his eyes fixed atop his head?" Regardless of anything else, the Lu family was also a first-class family and could provide Yang Kai with no small amount of help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or other aspects, they couldn't be considered weak. Wouldn't it be Yang Kai's good fortune to be able to recruit them into his camp? Lu Liang glanced around before solemnly saying, "If my guess is right, this young Master Yang is not simple." After saying as such, everyone slowly pondered over the matter. Even with the opportunity to win over a first-class family before him, he didn't behave eagerly and seemed to be considering his situation first. If it wasn't that he lacked confidence, then that meant that in his eyes, recruiting the Lu family didn't matter to him very much, or else he wouldn't have to display such an indifferent attitude. If he was really eager to lure in the Lu family, his performance would have been different. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Liang increasingly felt that his guess was correct. His expression became serious, and Lu Liang quietly said, I don't know how many days this young Master Yang will stay in my Lu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't bring up the inheritance war and don't display an overly anxious stance. Pausing for a moment, he then nodded and stood. I'll visit young Lady Chiu to inquire about the situation first. As someone who she brought personally, surely Chiu Yimeng would know something about this young master, right? The rest of the elders nodded. Lu Liang may not be the strongest amongst this group of people, but his prestige was absolutely the highest. In these years it was under his leadership the Lu family had flourished. His vision and methods were obvious to all. Behind the Lu family's manor, in a spacious courtyard, Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off thoughtfully in one direction. Whilst in the midst of this trance, Tang Yuxian opened her mouth and asked, "Little Lord, why did you act like that? Those people might have misunderstood your intentions. Don't you want to win over the Lu family?" Yang Kai turned to her and smiled indifferently. "If I said I don't, would you believe me?" Tang Yuxian grinned mischievously and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have agreed to with Chiu Yimeng to come here. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman came here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts. But Yang Kai could have simply parted with them and headed straight towards the central capital. Since he agreed to come here, this little lord of hers must have a reason. Actually, I don't really care about winning them over. Yang Kai smiled temperately and shook his head. Believe what you like. Tang Yuxian suddenly looked suspiciously towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to see through his heart. But Yang Kai remained indifferent, without showing the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's brow also slightly moved as he stared at Yang Kai strangely. In his situation, the more favor he could win, the more help he would have in the future, and right now was a great opportunity to increase his influence. If Yang Kai could demonstrate enough means and strength to convince the Lu family, they would surely move closer to him. Did he really have no intentions to do so? I don't have any friendship with the Lu family. If they help me, it will only be because of their own interests. I don't like such relationships, Yang Kai said softly. Even if I can win them over now, when the situation becomes dangerous or disadvantageous to them, they'll inevitably choose to abandon me. I only want allies who will stand firmly beside me no matter how bad things become or how hopeless the situation may seem. The 2 blood warriors both gawked for a moment before looking at Yang Kai slyly, seemingly thinking that this little lord of theirs was a little naive. Everyone in this world scurried about desperately for the sake of profit and benefits. If there wasn't anything for them to gain, who would be willing to share troubles and tribulations with you? You don't believe such people exist? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully towards the 2 blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian can't help but lightly cough, not knowing how to respond. There will be, you'll see. Tang Yuxian froze, unable to understand where Yang Kai confidence came from. But seeing his resolute and unwavering attitude somewhat touched her. So she soon wore a warm smile. Then I'll look forward to it. Tu Feng also laughed. Good. Right now, if the little lord truly expresses the idea of wooing them, the Lu family will only be polite but insincere, and definitely won't take a firm position. Such a result is as good as not doing anything in the first place. Yang Kai nodded. The Lu family wants to know my background. I can see this too. Now, anything they say or do is just their probing for information. Before the situation is clear, it's impossible for them to take a stand. The situation right now was naturally unclear. No one knew who all the Yang family young lords were or what their strengths and statuses were like. However, if you wanted to make a good friend, you must do so when he is small and weak. After he becomes strong, trying to befriend him will obviously not have the same effect. Adding flowers to a bouquet is never as good as delivering charcoal in the winter. Well, although I'm not too interested in recruiting this Lu family, the Lu family definitely has something that makes me very interested. Heh! Yang Kai laughed mischievously. What? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian asked curiously. I don't know. Yet. Yang Kai said flatly before turning around and walking into his room. The 2 blood warriors couldn't help being dazed. There were obviously many things in this world that could arouse one's interest, but Yang Kai didn't know what that something was. So how could he know he was interested in it? Seeing Yang Kai enter the house to rest directly, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both laughed wryly to one another, feeling more and more like they were unable to see through their little lord. When Yang Kai was speaking with the two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished their baths, had not yet had time to rest when a Lu family maid came over to speak with them. Young Lady Qiu, Patriarch Liang wishes to know if you have time to speak with him now. Qiu Yimeng wiped her wet hair as her eyes flashed, immediately understanding what Lu Liang's intentions were, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Good. Please ask him to come. Yes. The maid respectfully retreated, and after a short while Lu Liang walked in. Smiling warmly, Lu Liang politely said, "First young lady, my Lu family is not as splendid as the Qiu family. Therefore these accommodations are somewhat simple. Please forgive me for this." Although this was a private meeting, Lu Liang did not dare to refer to her as a great niece anymore. It was enough for him to call her so once or twice. If he persisted in doing so, it would inevitably incur the other party's disfavor. Lu Liang's meticulous thoughts and sharp instincts made it impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "For Uncle Lu to so anxiously seek a meeting with me, it seems you must want information about Yang Kai quite badly, no?" Seeing her cut straight to the point, Lu Liang didn't show much of a surprised reaction, instead carefully replying, "The world situation right now is quite complicated and chaotic. How my Lu family should act in these times is also uncertain. This one humbly asks the first young lady to express her opinion." As he spoke, he cupped his fists respectfully, his expression completely serious. Qiu Yimeng grinned, sat down at the table and casually asked, "Are you wondering why I brought him to your Lu family? Whether this move was meant as a suggestion to you?" "First young lady is wise. This elder really thinks so," Lu Liang frankly admitted. The Lu family rising to its current height was almost entirely due to it attaching itself to the Qiu family. It could even be said that the Qiu family was the Lu family's greatest benefactor. Now, at this sensitive time, Qiu Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Lu family. Lu Liang naturally felt there was more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps Qiu Yimeng was optimistic about Yang Kai, so she had brought him here to win over the Lu family. Simultaneously, this offered the Lu family an opportunity to catch hold of Yang Kai. Was this her way of soft selling? If so, wouldn't Qiu Yimeng know more details about Yang Kai? All kinds of speculations swirled through Lu Liang's mind as he pondered over today's sudden events. Qiu Yimeng, however, said, "There's nothing wrong with you thinking so. I know your thoughts are meticulous, but I can tell you this, my bringing him here is not meant as a suggestion to you." "It's not?" Lu Liang couldn't help feeling surprised. "No." Qiu Yimeng slightly bowed her head, a tinge of anger flashing across her eyes. "My purpose in coming to your Lu family is merely to borrow 2 cloud-treading colts." Lu Liang was stunned and suddenly felt a slight headache coming on, thinking that Qiu Yimeng had only come to his Lu family because of such a reason. Quickly composing himself, Lu Liang nodded. "The cloud-treading colts that the first young lady wants will be ready by tomorrow." "Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth to continue but suddenly hesitated to speak. Qiu Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask, so before he could follow up she said on her own initiative, "I don't know what kind of connections he has, but I don't dare underestimate him. He can often achieve remarkable and miraculous things. It is truly amazing." Lu Liang couldn't help trembling. This kind of assessment from Qiu Yimeng really carried some weight. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and allies, it was not difficult to infer from the words young Lady Qiu that his personal abilities were undoubtedly peerless. Qiu Yimeng suddenly grits her teeth, as anger resurfaced on her pretty face, and muttered under her breath, "Also, he's someone who must seek vengeance for even the slightest grievance." Hearing Qiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang's neck shrank. He didn't know how she had offended Yang Kai before, but it looked as if she had suffered quite a lot at his hands. All he could do in this situation was stare straight ahead and pretend he had heard nothing. It seems like he only does things according to his preferences. For anyone, whether their intentions are good or bad, he's difficult to handle. If you don't plan on making friends with him, I only have one piece of advice for you. Qiu Yimeng grinned knowingly. Please advise this one, first young lady. Lu Liang hastily said. Absolutely don't become enemies with him. Lu Liang stared at her for a moment before solemnly replied. This one will remember young lady Chou's words. And that's all I have to say. Qiu Yimeng nodded, truly not offering any further insights. Understanding that she was signaling for him to leave, Lu Liang naturally bowed and turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Qiu Yimeng said, If you really want to gamble on the inheritance war, you have to step up now. The sooner you move closer to one of these young lords, the better your future benefits will be. Lu Liang agreed and nodded, suddenly inquiring, What about young Lady Qiu? What side will you be standing on? In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would also participate. The Qiu family was naturally not an exception. As the leader of the Qiu family's younger generation, Qiu Yimeng would definitely take part, possibly even serving as the leader of her family's participants. You don't need to have any ideas about me. The Lu family's future and destiny are completely in your own hands. Which of the Yang family's young lords you stand with is a decision you must make yourself. Success and failure will all be determined by your own choices. Qiu Yimeng smiled temperately. Lu Liang was a little disappointed. He knew that Qiu Yimeng was saying so because she did not want to be responsible for whatever consequences may come. The conversation over, Lu Liang swiftly departed. The next day at dawn, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian woke early and left their respective rooms only to spot Yang Kai slowly executing a set of forms as he faced towards the rising sun. His movements were slow but meticulous, and his expression was solemn and serious. It seems the little lord likes getting an early start. Tang Yuxian smiled. Young people are always full of vitality. It's a good thing. Tu Feng also grinned. However, it seems like the forms the little lord is practicing aren't anything special. They seem more like they'd be good for ordinary people to use in order to temper themselves, especially the elderly. Tang Yuxian couldn't help laughing as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help turning his eyes to stare at her, signaling her not to say any more. Although he also disagreed with Yang Kai's current method of practice, but after all, he was still a Yang family young lord, so how could they as blood warriors say such things behind his back? If the little lord liked practicing as such, then there was no reason to stop him, even if he was just playing around. It's not like he was doing anything dangerous. Soon after, though, Tu Feng's brow suddenly furrowed, whispering quietly, Something's odd. Tang Yuxian asked hurriedly. Look closer. Tu Feng's expression became serious as he and Tang Yuxian carefully stared at Yang Kai's actions. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils contracted. She quickly discovered that Yang Kai's muscles seemed to be extremely stressed and the ground around his feet was soaking wet, clearly because he had sweat a tremendous amount. Facing the sun rising in the east, Tang Yuxian clearly saw atop Yang Kai's face. On his forehead, drops of crystal beads quickly dripping down his skin. The slow punching movements he was executing seemed to put an extremely heavy load on him. Each step he took even caused the ground beneath him to tremble. These were all clearly sights that could be seen when someone was under overwhelming pressure. However, what Yang Kai was currently practicing was just a set of seemingly ordinary stances. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it seemed suitable for the elderly to use as exercise. How could these movements be causing him such strain? After observing for a while, the 2 blood warriors had to admit that right now Yang Kai seemed to be enduring an overbearing pressure. Inside his toned physique, there seemed to be a devastating force. However, this force seemed to be constrained by an invisible strength, literally suppressing the force within his body. Rather, the explosive force within Yang Kai seemed to be fighting against this external pressure, maintaining a kind of odd balance inside and outside his body. But what exactly was this pressure? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both deeply surprised by the scene before them. Inevitably, both of them released their divine senses in order to examine Yang Kai's condition more closely. So they closed their eyes and concentrated their senses, faintly nosing the aura surrounding Yang Kai as he slowly wielded his fists. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually incorporated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With each action he took, the pair slowly observed a mysterious harmony in his movement. All of a sudden, The pair's divine senses harmonized with Yang Kai's aura. Honk. Immediately, a feeling like the sky collapsing atop their heads appeared, like the heavens themselves were trying to crush them. Bang! A loud burst of noise sounded as the ground the two blood warriors sunk. A web of cracks spread out in all directions from where they stood. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes shot open at the same time, and their faces cringed as horror flashed across their faces. The pair's true qi instinctively circulated like mad, desperately trying to resist this crushing pressure. But the two blood warriors didn't anticipate that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would instantly disappear once they took back their divine senses. Bursting forth at full strength, but lost the object it was meant to resist, the pair's true qi directly exploded within their bodies. Two loud bangs erupted as both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled and staggered back several steps unsteadily. Wah! The two immediately vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time before finally steadying themselves. Yang Kai stopped his practice and frowned as he turned his head towards this disturbance. While he was cultivating his tempered body record, he also realized that the two blood warriors were behind him and could also feel that they had released their divine senses to observe him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected such adverse consequences to arise from their actions. No one had ever observed him using their divine sense while he was cultivating this technique and as a result experienced the pressure he was under. Because of their instinctual responses, the two blood warriors had suffered a loss. Hurriedly lowering his stance, Yang Kai quickly walked over to the pair and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled lightly, not having the mind to inspect their own injuries, but instead stared at Yang Kai as if they were seeing some kind of monster. That pressure they had just felt was definitely real. With both of them having experienced it, how could it be fake? But under such terrible strain, enough to even make them unable to resist, how exactly did the little lord withstand it? Given his cultivation, his body should have long ago been crushed into dust. But instead, the two of them were both high-level Immortal Ascension boundary masters, yet only by contacting this pressure they had wounded themselves. If this matter was leaked out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a long time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were too shocked and embarrassed to speak. But above all else, the two of them kept asking one question to themselves over and over again. How did the little lord survive under that pressure? While the two blood warriors were still immersed in their shock, Yang Kai actually had to call out to them 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded, "A minor injury. The little lord doesn't need to concern himself." However, these words had little persuasive power after the one who spoke them just vomited blood. How was this a minor injury? The two of them had pushed their true qi to the limit and it had subsequently exploded within their bodies. This was tantamount to them suffering their own full-powered strike in a completely unguarded state. It was a small miracle that both of them hadn't fainted on the spot. "Do you have enough healing pills on you?" Yang Kai asked quietly. There were a number of healing pills in his storage space, but those pills were prepared by Ling Tai Su for him long ago and their grades weren't too high. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both Yang family blood warriors. Obviously they had to be carrying some pills the Yang family alchemists had refined, each of which was no doubt higher in quality than the ones Yang Kai had. Yang Kai wouldn't be so foolish as to offer them these inferior pills. Tang Yuxian nodded as she and Tu Feng pulled out a pair of bottles from their sleeve pockets and poured out a single brown-colored pill. Both of the blood warriors' expressions flashed a hint of unwillingness that seemed to be a mix of tears and laughter all at once. This brown pill was a specially refined healing pill that blood warriors carried in case of emergencies. It was a mysterious grade low-rank pill that could treat most serious injuries extremely quickly. This kind of pill was very precious. Even if it was the Yang family's blood warriors, each of them would only be assigned a single one each year, so both of them were naturally reluctant to take at such a time. However, right now their top priority was to ensure Yang Kai's safety. If the two of them didn't recover from their injuries as quickly as possible, if something unexpected happened, it would definitely not end well. So even if they were reluctant, they had no other alternative at this point, so the two of them decisively swallowed the healing pill. Above all else, Yang Kai had to be protected. After the two of them had taken the brown healing pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn, and he quickly extended his hands and pulled the two up, while hurriedly kicking the dirt nearby to cover up the blood stains on the ground. The next moment, Lu Liang along with many of the Lu family's masters arrived. What happened just now? Lu Liang looked around worriedly. With such a violent disturbance occurring, the masters of the Lu family had naturally been alerted and subsequently rushed to Yang Kai's quarters, not daring to delay even a single moment, almost tripping over themselves in their haste. All of them were worried that some kind of accident had befallen Yang Kai. If a Yang family young lord was injured or worse in the Lu family's home, even with the Cho family as its backer, the Lu family would likely not last long. With the overbearing arrogance of the Yang family, it would be no surprise for them to raze this land to the ground. This was a matter concerning the family's survival. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? After speaking these words, all the people's eyes looked towards Yang Kai and saw him safe and sound. Seeing no injuries on his body, all the Lu family masters breathed a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also appeared extremely well kept. The two of them secretly circulated their true qi slowly in order to let the color return to their faces, giving them a healthy, uninjured appearance. "It's nothing," Yang Kai said with a light smile. "This young lord just let Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian compete a little for me. I didn't expect that the noise it created would be so big." "What?" Lu Liang blankly stared. Yang Kai casually smiled and waved. "I was a little bored and thought it would be entertaining to see two masters exchange some blows." Listening to Yang Kai speak as such, Lu Liang and others couldn't help glancing around in shock. Seeing the two big pits on the ground and cracked earth that spread out all around from them, Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked at the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging fists had caused such a tremendous shock. If the two of them were to fight a real life or death battle, how much destruction would be caused? An awkward smile surfacing on his face, Lu Liang courteously said, "Originally, young Master Yang was just engaging in some casual leisure. It seems this Lu was overly sensitive. We'll take our leave. Please continue." "N." Yang Kai harmlessly smiled. But before Lu Liang could leave, he casually shouted, "Right, Patriarch Lu." Lu Liang frowned and turned to ask, "What instructions does young Master Yang wish to say?" His tone seemed to have lost some of the dignity and caution it had yesterday, and even contained a tinge of annoyance. Unconsciously, it seemed Lu Liang's attitude towards Yang Kai had undergone some changes. However, Yang Kai didn't care, continuing as if he hadn't noticed. "The Lu family home scenery is quite outstanding, truly a beautiful place. I would like to spend a few more days here along with my two blood warriors. I trust that won't inconvenience you, will it?" Lu Liang was slightly surprised but didn't think much about it, only smiling and nodding. "Having young Master Yang as a guest is my Lu family's honor. It isn't inconvenient at all." "And very good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang once again cupped his fists before leading the rest of the Lu family masters out. After they had left, Yang Kai shifted his gaze towards a loft several tens of meters away. On the second floor of that building, Chiu Yimeng was leaning on the handrail, meaningfully smiling towards him. As their eyes met, Chiu Yimeng slightly raised her chin, displaying a subtly smugness. Luo Xiaoman nearby was also smirking, like she had just witnessed something interesting. Yang Kai glowered at them slightly before leading the two blood warriors into the house. Inside, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors' line of sight as he changed out of his wet clothes. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wore complex expressions, their moods somewhat unstable as they adopted a silent stance. But as they stood there, Yang Kai seemed to not be in a hurry to speak. After getting dressed, he casually sat down on a nearby chair and glanced at the two of them. The two blood warriors exchanged a glance before bracing themselves, stepping forward and bowing. "Young lord, this servant has committed an offense and asks to be punished." Yang Kai glanced at them indifferently for a moment before asking, "What offense?" Tu Feng showed a look of guilt before quickly saying, "Because of our reckless behavior we have delayed the young lord's journey." Yang Kai had told Lu Liang just now that he planned to spend a few more days here. Clearly, he wanted to let Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian have a safe and stable space where they could fully recover. Knowing this, Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt some heartfelt gratitude towards this little lord of theirs. Amongst the Yang family's young lords, few of them would be so compassionate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if it was not properly dealt with right now, it may leave behind some hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished, Yang Kai remained silent. Tang Yuxian followed up immediately after. Because of our mistake, we've let the young lord be underestimated by Lu family. We are both guilty. The slight change in attitude from Lu Liang had shown just now had not escaped their eyes. Obviously, that subtle difference in attitude was because Yang Kai had said he was idle and bored, so he let the two blood warriors spar in order to entertain him. Who were the blood warriors? They were the elite masters who guarded the Yang family. Faithful throughout the ages, each one of them had made countless contributions to the Yang family, and each one of them was willing to lay down their lives to safeguard the lives of the Yang family and its descendants. No matter what generation of the Yang family it was, the blood warriors had shed blood for them. The Yang family's prosperity was in large part due to the blood warriors' tireless service. The blood warriors were the epitome of loyalty and duty. Even though many outsiders didn't have favorable opinions of the Yang family, all of them showed respect and admiration for the blood warriors. But now, two of these honorably warriors were actually made to fight in order to entertain a young lord who had yet to even return home to claim his status. The two warriors no doubt were as close as any flesh and blood brother and sister, yet because of a casual order, they had been forced to exchange blows. They weren't trained monkeys. How could this young lord use them so disrespectfully just to alleviate his boredom? Yang Kai's arrogance and unreasonableness had been clearly revealed. As such, Lu Liang's opinion of him had dropped significantly. If Yang Kai hadn't taken responsibility for what had just transpired, he wouldn't have been despised so. If such events were to be propagated, people would begin to think that Yang Kai was a useless playboy, incapable of achieving anything great. Such an image would have a terrible influence on his future. In an instant, the two blood warriors had thought that they had harmed their young lord. So Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had bitter tastes in their mouth and were extremely awkward. Is that it? Yang Kai looked at them and chuckled. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both looked at each other and didn't know how to respond. Get up, Yang Kai said with a smile. I know that blood warriors only bow to their masters. You haven't fully accepted me as such right now. There's no need for you to show such a ceremony. Hearing these frank words, both blood warriors blushed. Yang Kai was straightforward, but such words truly reflected their inner thoughts. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had indeed brought them surprise after surprise, even allowing them to feel a little gratitude towards him. But there was still some distance yet to go before they would pledge allegiance to him. One day, when you're willing to follow me, it won't be too late to do as such, Yang Kai said confidently. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both got up. Tu Feng cleared his throat and hesitated a moment before continuing. But now the Lu family is definitely not optimistic about the little lord. I said from the beginning, I have no desire to recruit them. Them not being optimistic about me is their own prerogative. Even if they thoroughly despise me, it means nothing to me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully here. But the two of you shouldn't try spying on me anymore. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions cramped slightly at these words, remembering back on that overwhelming pressure. The two of them couldn't help feeling some fear. The two blood warriors also knew that Yang Kai felt uncomfortable with them observing him, so they frankly nodded their heads to his request. Nonsense. If the two of them were exposed to that terrible suppression again, wouldn't they be really crushed into the ground? The two of them really wanted to understand how Yang Kai was able to withstand that pressure. You'll have a few days to heal properly. When you've fully recovered, we'll set out again for the central capital. Tang Yuxian nodded with a light sigh. Lu Liang no longer seemed to care much for Yang Kai because of this incident, and the Lu family's elders had all but determined that this Yang family young lord was not worth associating with further. Thinking themselves wise and worldly, they were easily blinded by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle circled the sky before gently landing on Yang Kai's shoulders, using its hook-like beak to comb Yang Kai's hair intimately. The golden-feathered eagle did not suffer any hardships when with Yang Kai. In fact, before they entered the Lu family's grounds, the golden-feathered eagle would freely roam about in search of its own food. Now, since they were guests of the Lu family, the eagle lived in luxury. It would now be fed plentifully, with a variety of sorts. Enough so that the eagle no longer had to hunt on its own. However, this little rascal was picky. It would only accept live animals, which meant that the area it ate at would always leave a bloody mess after each meal. Xianxia glanced up at the golden feather eagle before secretly offering it a drop of myriad drug liquid. For the past while, every day Xianxia would feed it with a drop of myriad drug liquid, and soon the golden feather eagle came to seek this delicacy on its own. Xianxia didn't refuse, as he still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He was eager to know if by feeding it so, could it evolve once more and become a true sixth-order monster beast. Throughout the history of the Yang family, only one golden feather eagle had ever successfully evolved into a sixth-order monster beast, and that golden feather eagle was the unchallenged leader of all the eagles. In order to evolve that golden feather eagle, the Yang family had also spent a lot of money and resources, and in the end only luckily caused it to advance. Since then, no other Yang family golden feather eagle had evolved to the sixth order. As time passed, the effort required and the benefit obtained were deemed not proportional, so the Yang family had largely ceased its efforts to further evolve its golden feather eagles. In any case, the power of the Yang family was not dependent on the golden feather eagles. Their greatest role was to detect enemies and seek out the scattered Yang family descendants. Whether they were fifth-order or sixth-order monster beasts, for the powerhouse Yang family, it really didn't make much difference. But to Xianxia, this difference was significant. If the current golden feather eagle could evolve into the sixth order, the role it could play would also rise dramatically. If it were successful, even if it were to face an immortal Ascension boundary master, it would still have the power to fight back. For now, Xianxia, with the exception of the two blood warriors, this golden feather eagle was the only additional force he could currently try to recruit. For the upcoming inheritance war, even the smallest additional bit of strength could mean the difference between success and failure. Xianxia himself also took a drop of myriad drug liquid every day. By doing this over a long period of time, it could allow a person to be reborn, cleansing their body and enhancing their aptitude. It would certainly be helpful for the golden feather eagle. After following this regimen for many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely obedient towards Xianxia. This was not just because of the beast's slave seal, but also because its sentience and intelligence were quite high. His eyes flashing, Xianxia reached out a finger towards the golden feather eagle. In an instant, it seemed like something had shattered inside the golden feather eagle's soul, causing it to send out a loud cry. Naturally, the beast's slave seal had been dissolved by Xianxia. Freed from the beast's slave seal, the golden feather eagle first looked at Xianxia in surprise, a trace of confusion apparent in its gaze, but no signs of exclusion could be seen. Instead, a moment later, it carefully continued to help Xianxia comb his hair. Ha ha! Xianxia chuckled lightly. This period of time was apparently enough for the golden feather eagle to obey Xianxia's order without the beast's slave seal. This monster beast was quite easy to handle, actually. After feeding it a drop of myriad drug liquid for 10 days, it had become dead set on following Xianxia. In order to continue obtaining this miraculous treat, it would no doubt faithfully obey him. Good, time to eat. Xianxia's face suddenly showed a strange grin, his eyes lighting up as he stared in a certain direction, waving his hands and sending the golden feather eagle off. Its wings spread out. The golden feather eagle flew off and grabbed a porcupine that had been prepared in a cage for it by the Lu family nearby and immediately soared into the sky. The porcupine's size was not small, so the golden feather eagle seemed like it was having trouble holding on to it. As it flew through the air, its talons suddenly lost their grip and, accompanied by a series of unhappy cries, the porcupine fell to the ground. After a moment, a loud thud resounded. On the ground, it seemed like an explosion of blood had occurred as the golden feather eagle circled above. Xianxia also slowly got up and, after smoothing out his appearance slightly, took big strides out of his courtyard and went to the place where the golden feather eagle fell. Lu family main hall. Lu Liang was discussing some matters with several of the Lu family elders when suddenly a servant rushed in. Lu Liang looked up casually and asked, "What happened?" The The man who had rushed in quickly knelt and fearfully replied, "Patriarch, it's terrible. The Grand Elder's house has been bloodied." "What?" Lu Liang stood up from his chair in shock. The other Lu family elders also reacted in a similarly panicked way. It seemed like something incredible had happened. What exactly happened? Lu Liang did not delay at all, stepped out from his chair and rushed forward to grab the servant, directly lifting him up. It was clear to anyone who saw that he was extremely agitated. The Grand Elder, Lucy. This was the Lu family's only member who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, a master who stood at the apex of this world's power structure. It was only because of his existence that the Lu family could become a first-class family. It could be said that the rise or fall of the Lu family was entirely dependent on Lu Si. Under normal circumstances, Lu Si would not leave the Lu family. He would only sit in his courtyard and dedicate himself to cultivating the martial Tao. Moreover, because a few years ago, when Lu Si had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, an accident had occurred, he would not be able to leave the Lu family for extended periods. His courtyard where he secluded himself was also a forbidden zone inside the Lu family. No one was allowed to approach it, even the family patriarch Lu Liang, unless it was a matter related to the family's survival, lest they disturb Grand Elder's cultivation. But now, Lu Si's courtyard had actually been bloodied. How could the Lu family people not be worried? It was also strange that this servant didn't clearly state what had happened. When the elders heard the word bloodied, all of them couldn't help thinking that an accident had happened with Lu Si's cultivation, aggravating his injury and causing his courtyard to become bloodied. However, after hearing the full report from the servant, Lu Liang and others breathed a sigh of relief. In the next instant, Lu Liang felt a wave of grief and anger wash over him as he secretly cursed the servant for not speaking clearly. Turns out that a porcupine had fallen into Lu Si's courtyard and made a mess. This was actually just a minor matter, but if it had disturbed the Grand Elder's retreat, it couldn't be treated lightly. According to what the man said, it was because of the Yang family Young Lord's Golden Family Eagle family losing its grip while it was holding the porcupine, thus causing it to accidentally fall into the Grand Elder's yard. As a result, from far away it looked like the courtyard had become a bloody battlefield. This servant was too afraid to go in and speak with Lu Si, so he had run here to seek Lu Liang's instructions. "And this matter is no longer your concern," Lu Liang said gruffly before releasing the servant, immediately stepping out of the hall and rushing towards the Grand Elder's courtyard, his face filled with displeasure. The other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. After looking around and seeing no signs of Yang Kai and the two blood warriors, some people began whispering, "Patriarch, that Yang family young lord is simply too much. Now, even his pet eagle has insulted the Grand Elder, and we should expel them immediately. But he was brought here by young Lady Chiu. If he refuses to leave, are we able to force him out? Such a useless brat. Why would young Lady Chiu associate with such a waste?" As they spoke about Yang Kai, all of the elders slowly shook their heads. Obviously, they felt that this young Lord Yang was worthless. No doubt he would be eliminated immediately upon the commencement of the Yang family's inheritance war. "Everyone shut up," Lu Liang angrily muttered. Although he was also not optimistic about Yang Kai, he was still not someone who the Lu family could criticize. If he or his blood warriors were to find out about such idle talk, there would surely be terrible repercussions. Having been scolded so by Lu Liang, the other Lu family elders didn't dare continue to gossip. Not long after, this group arrived at the Lu family's quietest, most remote area. As they approached, everyone could see that something was wrong, because the gate of the courtyard was actually open. The pavilion where Lu Si lived was always closed, and no one would dare enter it. But now the front gate was wide open. What was this all about? Lu Liang held his breath before he cautiously looked inside. But the instant he did so, he became so enraged he nearly passed out. Inside this one pristine courtyard, where not a single leaf littered the ground, a large pool of bloody smashed meat was splashed around. The vague remnants of the porcupine can be seen if one looked carefully. It must have fallen from a great height and exploded once it hit the ground, splattering its blood and entrails all over the courtyard. Inside, the Yang family's golden feather eagle was joyfully feeding on the scattered fresh meat. Nearby, the Yang family's young lord was actually putting on the appearance of a countryside boy, casually squatting on the ground with his head resting on his hands as he watched the golden feather eagle eat. There was a completely content smile adorning his face. Lu Liang's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he desperately struggled to control his anger. In the presence of the Grand Elder, no matter which member of the Lu family it was, they would display the utmost respect and dignity. No one would even dare step into this restricted area. But now, this young lord had casually strode in. Not only did he wantonly intrude here like it was his own home, he also stopped to appreciate the havoc his monster beast had wrought. At this moment, Lu Liang actually couldn't help feeling humiliation. It was as if the woman he had loved and taken care of had suddenly been shamed and taken away from him. In short, he was furious. Patriarch? The Lu family elders also trembled in place, not knowing how to proceed. Waiting outside was not going to resolve the issue. So Lu Liang somehow suppressed his mood and stepped into the courtyard, and the rest of the elders following close behind their patriarch. This was the Grand Elder's private residence. Many of them had never entered here before, so although they were enraged with Yang Kai's behavior, some of them were also secretly grateful for this opportunity. Walking straight up to Yang Kai, Lu Liang took a deep breath and bowed, still not forgetting to cup his fists politely as he called out, "Young Master Yang, young Master Yang." Yang Kai seemed to be aware that someone had arrived and quickly looked up, seemingly surprised by these newcomers, stumbling slightly as he fixed his squatting stance before nodding. "Patriarch Lu." Lu Liang's face twitched slightly at this sight, but given the situation they were in, he was too lazy to care about his etiquette. However, just as he was about to ask about this situation, Yang Kai held up a finger to his mouth and made a serious expression. Lu Liang stifled his words and hastily whispered, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed forward. "Don't speak too loudly. It'll disturb my eagle's meal." Lu Liang almost cursed. His eagle disturb his eagle? This is the secluded retreat of the Lu family's Grand Elder. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if this monster beast is the rare and precious Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, none of you can compare with Grand Elder Lu Ci's worth. Worried he'll disturb this eagle? Patriarch Lu couldn't care less. His only concern now was that this ruckus would disturb the Grand Elder's cultivation. How could Lu Liang still remain calm? At this moment, all he felt like doing was beating this little brat in front of him. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, his expression became even uglier as if he was about to cry, and he whispered quietly, "Young Master Yang, this is not a place to converse. Can we move elsewhere to speak?" And Yang Kai nodded deeply. "If there's anything you wish to say, I'll listen to it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang froze up in shock and staggered back a few steps, before nearly coughing up blood. For a moment, he even thought that what he was seeing and hearing was some kind of illusion. The eloquence that Lu Liang had always been so proud of didn't play any role at this moment, and his mouth twitching as he started towards Yang Kai, feeling like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, can we please leave here now to discuss this matter?" Lu Liang was really helpless. He couldn't understand Yang Kai at all. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status was by no means lower than his own. Even if Lu Liang felt incredibly annoyed, he still had no choice but to speak in a calm manner and hope that this young Master Yang could understand the meaning behind his words, praying that he would respond to courtesy with courtesy. However, this young Master Yang seemed completely oblivious, like he had no intention of thinking any deeper at all, even given the obvious entreaty in Lu Liang's words. Instead, he just stared back, blankly. "Why do we need to go somewhere else?" The veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed in distress. Still forcing his anger down as best he could, Lu Liang wore a solemn expression and replied, "Young Master Yang, this place is the secluded retreat of a powerful master of my Lu family. It is normally off-limits to everyone. I'm afraid that if we were to speak here, it will disturb this senior's cultivation. So, haha, A powerful master? Yang Kai quickly stood up, and the volume of his voice multiplied several times, like booming thunder. All of the Lu family's elders' faces suddenly became ugly. This brat, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai seemed ignorant of their pained expressions as he looked around with interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile. I don't see anyone. Young Master Yang. Lu Liang's face became gloomy as his patience was pushed to its limit. Please be serious. It was no small feat to force the poignant Lu Liang to speak such harsh words. If this place wasn't Lu Ci's secluded retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't possibly brave the risk of offending Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai just stared back at him with a sheepish grin. His smile was calm, completely without other meaning. Inside, however, there was just a tinge of surprise. He hadn't expected that this place would be so important to the Lu family. Yang Kai knew that there must be a master living here, or else it would be impossible to have such an ornate courtyard. So he had used the golden feather eagle dropping that porcupine in order to have an excuse to intrude here. But despite knowing that there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't fully understand how important this place was until Lu Liang and the other Lu family elders had shown up. It looked like he had stumbled upon the Lu family's most forbidden area. However, with things having already reached this point, he had no choice other than to continue feigning innocence, or both sides would end up in an even more awkward state. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't understand onset and retreat. As soon as he saw Lu Liang and the others appear here so swiftly, he realized that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. Now that Lu Liang had spoken so far, Yang Kai could naturally determine who lived here. The Lu family's only above Immortal Ascension boundary master. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for Lu Liang to be so nervous. Interestingly, the thing that had caught Yang Kai's attention actually seemed to be inside that powerful master's room. This would be a bit tricky, apparently. His brow furrowing lightly, Yang Kai thought about whether or not to press forward with this matter when suddenly the door to the pavilion house opened wide. With a quiet squeak, the door came to a halt. Lu Liang and the Lu family elders all trembled lightly, and their expressions became awkward as they quickly turned to face the door and bow. Little friend, come inside so we may speak. From beyond the door, a somewhat old voice echoed. The sound was soft and temperate, but everyone outside couldn't hide their shock. Yang Kai blinked for a moment before smiling and walking towards the door, not showing the slightest sign of nervousness. Lu Liang stared at him, with a look of envy creeping into his expression, but soon after he slowly followed. In front of the door, Yang Kai paused and looked back at Lu Liang, motioning, Patriarch Lu, after you. Lu Liang grinned wryly and waved his hand. This one dares not, Grand Elder C has only summoned you. Therefore, only you may enter. While saying so, he took up a position next to the door and firmly planted himself there, his expression now very meticulous. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't just saying these words, but truly meant them. He nodded slightly and stepped into the house. The inside of this house was quite shabby. There wasn't even a bed in it. The only furnishings that could be seen were a few chairs and a table with a teapot set atop it. Other than that, the room was essentially bare. However, when Yang Kai entered the room, he immediately stared greedily towards the object under the old man's butt. Yang Kai didn't even try to cover up the desire in his eyes. The old man in this house was obviously the Lu family's grand elder Lu Si, the strongest cultivator in the Lu family. Lu Si's build was somewhat thin, and his face was adorned with an all-white beard. His temperament seemed similar to Ling Tai Su but without the same light-hearted warmth. In the end, though, Lu Si still gave the unique impression of a powerful master. This was the second above Immortal Ascension boundary master that Yang Kai had seen so far. Those who had achieved a cultivation of the above Immortal Ascension boundary realm seemed to give people a sense of detachment from the mundane. This feeling was incomprehensible and mysterious. Any above Immortal Ascension boundary master was a powerhouse who stood at the apex of this world. At this moment, Lu Si was sitting cross-legged atop a gigantic gemstone. This precious stone gave off a golden hue, and streams of light flashed within it like clever fish wandering through a jade lake. This gemstone was like a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person atop it. Lucy sat on this gem and calmly breathed. This precious jade didn't emit any obvious qi. Even when standing right in front of it, Yang Kai couldn't sense anything energy leaking from the bed. But as soon as he saw it, the Yang origin seal in his chest began throbbing. The Yang origin seal would only react to the presence of Yang attribute precious treasures. Whatever this thing was, Yang Kai was certain it contained an incredible amount of Yang qi. Since the moment he had entered the Lu family, Yang Kai had already noticed the existence of this large precious jade. This was the reason why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something he was interested in, but in the end he only knew that there was some kind of Yang attribute treasure here and couldn't actually tell what it was. Seeing this precious jade now, he was certain this was what he was looking for. Such a large natural precious jade. If he were to absorb all of it into his dantian, Yang Kai was certain he could directly break through a minor realm. There wasn't much Yang liquid left in his dantian after he had wantonly used it in the evil cavern. If he were to run out of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't know whether the thick evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt, possibly affecting him negatively. Even if that didn't happen, if his Yang liquid were to be completely exhausted, Yang Kai would lose the ability to use many of his most powerful techniques. So for some time now, what Yang Kai wanted most was to find a way to supplement his Yang liquid. Unfortunately, precious treasures of the Yang attribute were hard to find. Even if he were to return back to the Yang family, it was likely he wouldn't be able to receive any such resources from them. The Yang family young lords who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had gathered all their allies and materials on their own. Now that such a great opportunity had suddenly presented itself, how could he easily let it go? It was just that he had never expected that the treasure he sought was actually the bed of an above immortal Ascension boundary master. Yang Kai's expression quickly became awkward as he wondered what kind of price he could offer. Was there something he had that would let the other party willingly hand over this precious jade? For such a treasure, there was no way he could simply take it, and this caused Yang Kai to sink into contemplation. After a long silence, Yang Kai secretly groaned in his heart. However, his unyielding gaze was still focused directly on precious jade under the old man's butt. Lucy was also observing Yang Kai since he entered the door. His expression indifferent, like a tranquil ancient well. It was only after this long silence that he spoke in an amazed tone. The intentions of this little friend is so obvious. It seems your actions just now really were intentional. Hearing these words, Yang Kai finally restrained his greedy gaze and laughed wryly. Junior has been indiscreet. His own methods and careful plotting, in the face of an above immortal Ascension boundary master, were likely long ago seen through, so having been exposed already, Yang Kai was disinclined to quibble over things. As he spoke, Yang Kai sat down on the floor in front of Lucy. Outside the house, all of the Lu family's elders perked up their ears and held their breaths. Not wanting to miss a word, the two men in the room spoke. The Yang family's young lord is really extraordinary. Lucy nodded slightly, showing a slight appreciation. Truly the great families from the central capital are different. Such bearing and composure isn't something my Lu family could cultivate. Yang Kai grinned slightly. Senior is too polite. The Lu family is by no means bad. Lucy smiled back temperately. He himself was an above immortal Ascension boundary master. Amongst the younger generation, only these young lords from the central capital's 8 great families would be capable of acting so calmly before him. Anyone else would clearly be more cautious. However, the young man in front of him didn't even seem to care about such things. The moment he had entered the room, his eyes had been staring hotly at the precious jade under his butt, obviously not even regarding the house's owner. If he wasn't one of those great family's young lords, how could he act so aloof? You came here for this? Lucy asked knowingly, pointing down with his finger. Yes, Yang Kai admitted frankly. It wasn't premeditated, just taking advantage of an opportunity. Haha, you need it. Junior certainly needs it, urgently in fact, Yang Kai said seriously. This old master understands. Lucy nodded lightly, suddenly smiling. Although I understand, I can't give it to you. Junior understands this point, Yang Kai replied, not disappointed in the slightest. obviously having expected such a response. Sitting up straight, he continued, "Therefore I want to discuss what conditions Senior has in order to offer it to me." Lu Si looked at him temperately and said, "Even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master isn't willing to offer this to you. Regardless of what conditions you put forward, you're destined to be disappointed." Yang Kai, however, just shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. In this world, as long as it exists, it has a price that Senior will be willing to part with it for. It only depends on whether or not I can afford such a price. Lu Si still shook his head, firmly denying Yang Kai's argument. The Lu family elders who were standing around outside listening all gradually wore awkward expressions. There weren't many words exchanged between the old man and the youth inside, and direct statements were few and far between, causing many of them to be confused about what was happening. It seemed like this Yang family young lord was eyeing one of the grand elder's treasures, premeditated, taking advantage of an opportunity, unable to offer a price. Was he trying to buy it or just steal it? Amongst the Lu family elders, none of them could keep up with the changing situation. Inside the room, Lu Si grinned. Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste any effort. True, this old master invited you in, but that doesn't mean I will sell you this. Senior certainly has his own consideration. Junior well understands this point. Yang Kai nodded slightly before wearing a grin. But I still need that jade bed of yours. Lu Si had nothing else to say. However, outside, when Lu Liang heard these words, his expression suddenly became fierce, and he angrily shouted, "Young Master Yang, the Yang crystal jade bed that Grand Elder Lu Si sits on is the most precious object in my Lu family. No matter who it is, no one may take it away." Today, even when Yang Kai had thoroughly irritated Lu Liang, he still managed to keep his calm. But now that he knew Yang Kai wanted the Grand Elder's Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Liang couldn't suppress his rage any longer and daringly shouted such words. His tone was firm and straightforward, obviously indicating his unwavering stance on this situation to Yang Kai. Lu Liang's tone was extremely harsh, but as Yang Kai listened, his expression remained calm and composed. Lu Si observed Yang Kai's reaction and secretly nodded. He knew that this Yang family young lord was not some unreasonable brat. Grinning lightly, Yang Kai casually waved and said, "Since the Patriarch Lu has said so much, then let's not mention this Yang crystal jade bed any further." Outside, Lu Liang quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression finally loosened somewhat. As long as Yang Kai gave up on the Yang crystal jade bed, anything else was open to discussion. "Senior C, if you don't mind, how about we discuss your situation?" Yang Kai grinned as he glanced over Lu Si's form. Even if he was an above Immortal Ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling bewildered and pointed to himself and curiously asked, "About this old master?" And Yang Kai nodded politely. If young Master Yang has something to say, then this old master is willing to listen. Lu Si smiled and showed a glimmer of interest. It was truly interesting seeing this young man actually boast so calmly in front of himself, speaking as if he was in the commanding position. Since breaking through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone had dared act so casually before him. For a time, Lu Si couldn't help wondering what exactly Yang Kai would say next, and if he could bring him any other surprises. "Good. This junior begs your forgiveness if he offends you," Yang Kai said respectfully, but his expression showed no hesitation as he casually said, "Senior C has achieved a cultivation at the above Immortal Ascension boundary and reached the summit of this world. Unless you meet with others whose cultivation have reached a similar height, it could be said that there are few who could oppose you." Lu Si smiled neither warmly or coldly. What kind of realm the above Immortal Ascension boundary is, this junior doesn't know, but I do know that at such a height, it is difficult to use external forces to further enhance one's cultivation. Regardless of what precious treasures or spirit pills you may take, I'm afraid it would provide little help in increasing Senior C's strength. In order to further improve your cultivation, it seems that the only thing Elder C can rely on is deepening your understanding of the martial Tao and attempting to break the shackles of heaven and earth. Lu Si's expression finally became dignified as he stared slightly at Yang Kai. not knowing how this youth had learned such profound knowledge. Xianxia took a look at him and suddenly wore a confident grin. But from the moment this junior entered the room, Senior C has been sitting on this jade bed. It also appears that you don't leave it often, perhaps sitting atop it for months or even years at a time. N. Lucy nodded slightly. There are only two reasons why Senior C does so. One is to use this jade to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But as I just said, at Senior C's current cultivation, borrowing external forces provides little benefit to you. So this reason can be ruled out. Young Master Yang speaks too arbitrarily. Lucy smiled slyly. Although at this old master's realm it is indeed difficult to borrow any external force to enhance my cultivation, but it is entirely possible to use this jade bed to help consolidate my realm. No, Senior C. You don't cultivate any kind of Yang attribute secret art. So sitting atop this Yang crystal jade bed won't help you consolidate your strength, Xianxia said confidently. Lucy's brow couldn't help but twitch slightly as he started suspiciously at Xianxia. How do you know that this old master doesn't cultivate a Yang attribute secret art? At Lucy's realm, he could completely conceal his aura, so if he didn't voluntarily release any true qi, even a peak immortal Ascension boundary master shouldn't be able to examine his secret arts attribute. Given that, how was Xianxia so sure about his assumption then? However, Xianxia simply grinned and didn't explain any further. Lucy's momentary lapse in composure had already affirmed Xianxia's guess, so he didn't deny it any further. Young Master Yang speaks correctly. Me sitting on this jade bed has nothing to do with cultivating. Xianxia's smile became even more brilliant as he continued. Then there is only one explanation left. Senior C spending so much time sitting atop this Yang crystal jade bed must be in order to heal yourself or something similar. Lucy's eyes narrowed slightly, while all the other members of the Lu family sucked in a sharp breath. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as everyone felt their hearts tighten, secretly marveling at how sinister Xianxia's eyes were. Lucy's existence was the foundation upon which the Lu family's first-class family status was built. So it was also the Lu family's greatest secret that he had a chronic disability. If this secret were to become known, it would cause no small turmoil. Forget the world's true top influences. Just the other nearby first-class families would surely try to take advantage of this information. Seemingly not noticing the dangerous light which flashed across Lucy's eyes, Xianxia continued to talk indifferently. Senior C, although you have concealed your aura to the extreme, there is still a lingering sense of weakness around you while the true qi circulating through your meridians is somewhat turbid. At times it seems rushed and at others unsteady. If Junior is not mistaken, Senior C's meridians are partially obstructed. Correct. Lucy's pupils shrank sharply as he stared at Xianxia like he was seeing some kind of monster, and his calm demeanor vanished as his expression became filled with waves. Noticing carefully, this young man in front of him really was just a true element boundary 7th stage cultivator. However, in terms of knowledge and vision, he had exceeded many immortal Ascension boundary masters. His opinions and speculations had almost perfectly exposed Lu Ci's current condition. Lu Ci's look gradually became ugly as all the Lu family elders outside stared in horror. Obviously, they were terrified that this incredible secret had become known to an outsider. Xianxia suddenly laughed heartily before saying, if it was someone else who dared say this in front of Senior C, they would probably be immediately turned into a corpse. Lu C nodded as he composed himself. For the sake of the Lu family's peace, what does it matter if a few people die? Good. But it's different for me, right? It's impossible for the Lu family to even think of killing me, Xianxia said in a carefree manner, completely unconcerned about this potential life or death crisis. Lu C ground his teeth bitterly as Lu Liang and the other elders outside hung their heads. Now that I know the Lu family's greatest secret, what does Senior C want to use in order to seal my mouth? Xianxia smiled innocently at him. Lu Ci's expression cramped up again, for the first time feeling like he was being played around with by a junior. But just thinking about Xianxia's status and the colossus behind him gave Lu C a headache. No matter what conditions young Master Yang has, my Lu family will do its best to meet them. However, This Yang crystal jade bed is still out of the question. Lu Si was filled with regret. Had he only known how perceptive and cunning this little brat was, he would never have called out to him just to satisfy his curiosity. He had simply lifted a stone only to pound his own foot. He'd invited a thief into his own home. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Even after reaching this point, Lu Si was still adamant about the Yang crystal jade bed. Obviously, this treasure's importance was out of the ordinary to him. This large piece of precious jade was no doubt a mysterious grade-quality precious treasure that contained a vast amount of pure Yang qi. Lu Si must be using the Yang energy within it to dredge and warm his meridians, so if Yang Kai were to really take it away, Lu Si would also die shortly afterwards. It was absolutely impossible for the Lu family to let go of it. Sinking into thought for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly looked up and asked, "Is there no other solution to Senior C's condition? If Lu Si no longer need to use the Yang crystal jade bed to stabilize his meridians, then pursuing this issue any further would be pointless. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only reluctantly give up. There is." But to Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Si immediately gave an affirmative response. "Oh? What is this alternative solution?" Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked, "A special spirit pill." Lu Si glanced at Yang Kai and grinned. "If you can help this old master acquire this pill, this old master will gladly hand this precious jade over to you." Lu Si making such a bold statement clearly indicated to Yang Kai that what he needed was definitely no ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill? Yang Kai smiled perceptively. "Good. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill," Lu Si added. Yang Kai expression shook. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill. In this world, only a handful of grandmasters were able to refine this type of pill. Even just finding the required materials would not be easy, not to mention there was a decent chance of failure when refining it. Which mysterious grade mid-rank pill was not worth millions of silvers. However, while others would break their heads trying to find someone to refine such a pill, Yang Kai actually knew two people he could immediately ask. Xiao Fushang and Xianing Chong. Xiao Fushang was the best alchemist in the world and could even refine mysterious grade top-rank pills. Xianing Chong was able to refine mysterious grade low-rank pills the last time Yang Kai had seen her, and given her talent and special physique, after such a long time, her skills had no doubt improved greatly. Refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seeing the awkward expression on Yang Kai's face, Lu Si laughed again. "This old master will take a step back. The alchemy's material, my Lu family will help you cobble together. If you can then find someone to help this old master refine this pill, then this Yang crystal jade bed will belong to you." "Really?" Yang Kai's face suddenly lit up. Lu Si's brow couldn't help twitching, and an unpleasant feeling filled his heart, as he wondered why this little brat suddenly seemed extremely excited. But it didn't seem like a cunning expression, more like one filled with confidence. Did this kid really have a connection with an alchemy grandmaster? However, Lu Si was also an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. When water was poured out, it was naturally impossible to take it back. So immediately recovering, he nodded his head firmly. "This old master means what he says." Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing joyously. "If so, then this matter is easy to resolve. Senior C, it seems like your jade bed must change its surname." Seeing him boast so shamelessly, Lu Si couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and hesitantly asked, "Does young Master Yang really have a way?" And then, "Naturally I have a way." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Si felt his breath choke up. He had been trapped atop this Yang crystal jade bed for several years now because of the problems with his meridians. To the outside world, he was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, feared and admired by all. But in private, he had actually become a suffering old man trapped in his room. If he could really get his hands on that profound pill, Lu Si could not only cure himself, he could also regain his freedom. Even if it were to cost him this precious jade, the gains were completely worth it. Swallowing audibly, Lu Si did his best to suppress the trembling in his voice and asked, "Which illustrious grandmaster is young Master Yang acquainted with?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and replied, "This junior lived atop Medicine King's Valley Hidden Cloud Peak for some time." Lu Si's look changed slightly while the Lu family leadership outside also thought they had misheard. After a long pause, Lu Si asked once again, "Hidden Cloud Peak? Grandmaster Xiao Fushang's secluded retreat." N. Lu Si's expression suddenly became strange as he looked Yang Kai up and down and frowned. "Young Master Yang isn't cracking a joke, right?" "Of course I'm not joking." Lu Si's face became even more confused, before slowly shaking his head as he slowly spoke. "It is not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang's words, but Grandmaster Xiao seems to have only one apprentice, and she's a young woman. Not to mention, this old master has personally been to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago, but didn't see young Master Yang there." 2 months ago? Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago I was still stuck, battling the ash-gray cloud evil land forces. Naturally you didn't see me. I only actually stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for a few months before leaving. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked, "Since Senior C has already been to Hidden Cloud Peak, why did you not ask Grandmaster Xiao to help you already?" Lu Si grinned. At the time, Medicine King's Valley was still in turmoil and Grandmaster Xiao was extremely busy. According to his disciple, it seemed as though he was immersed in studying something. This old master had the privilege of climbing Hidden Cloud Peak, but unfortunately never got the chance to speak with Grandmaster Xiao. Speaking of this experience, Lu Si didn't display the slightest embarrassment on his face. This was Xiao Fusheng. Xiao Fusheng wasn't a powerhouse, and Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect. But even an apex master like Lu Si has gone there yet failed to even see Xiao Fusheng face to face. However, Lu Si didn't dare to complain in the slightest, and his words still contained the utmost level of respect for Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng. "I see." Yang Kai smiled wickedly and said, "If I could let Grandmaster Xiao help you refine that spirit pill, would that count as fulfilling our agreement?" "You?" Lu Si looked at him awkwardly and slowly shook his head. "How could you so easily move Grandmaster Xiao?" Outside, Lu Liang also interjected, "Young Master Yang, some things cannot be spoken casually." Yang Kai continued staring at Lu Si indifferently and also shook his head. "Whether I have the qualifications to speak such words, you'll have to see for yourself. Although I didn't stay on Hidden Cloud Peak for a long time, asking Grandmaster Xiao for such a small request is no trouble at all." Lu Si stared hard at Yang Kai, not capable of blinking at this point. Outside, Lu Liang and the Lu family elders were also surprised. They all knew Xiao Fusheng's name, and they also understood what kind of status he held. Even the Lu family's top person, Lu Si, was shrugged off by him. As such, they all couldn't think of how a young kid like Yang Kai could move Grandmaster Xiao. On top of that, a mysterious grade mid-rank pill wasn't some ordinary pill. Even for Grandmaster Xiao, refining it would take quite a lot of time and effort. "This will be your best chance to obtain that pill. Senior C should think over it carefully." Yang Kai continued looking at Lu Si with a smile. Lu Si remained uncertain. Obviously he was torn whether or not to believe Yang Kai. Logically, this Yang family young lord didn't need to deceive him like this, but on the other hand he was still just a junior, and it was normal for young people to like bragging. After brooding over this decision for a long time, Lu Si suddenly said, "It is not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang, but since you've dared to say this, it means that your relationship with Grandmaster Xiao isn't something casual." Yang Kai nodded, still remaining indifferent. If young Master Yang has really spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, then this old master would like to ask you a few questions. Lu Si obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. "Senior C, feel free." Lu Si saw no signs of panic in his expression and nodded slightly, quickly proceeding, "Grandmaster Xiao has a disciple. Is young Master Yang acquainted with her?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "Did Senior C not inquire about that disciple's name? It seems her name was Dong Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family is related to my Yang family by marriage. Dong Qingyan is my cousin." Lu Si's brow furrowed, suddenly recalling something and calling out in shock. "So that person was originally young Master Yang? What person?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, he heard some people say that half a year ago, Grandmaster Xiao had put on a trial to receive disciples. At that time 1 man and 1 woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qingyan, and the man was said to be young Lady Dong's guard. It seems that this guard was actually young Master Yang. Yang Kai didn't deny this but supplemented quickly. While that's true, I did not officially become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple. When the rest of the Lu family members heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling stunned. Unexpectedly, there was still a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng. Passing the test of Xiao Fusheng meant that he was qualified to become Xiao Fusheng's direct disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster as his teacher, even if he were to lose in the Yang family's inheritance war, he wouldn't have any worries about his future prospects. As this thought flashed through Lu Liang's head, he felt he should revise his opinion of Yang Kai once more. Lu Si was already 80% convinced that Yang Kai was telling the truth by this point, but to be prudent he still asked one last question. This old master stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days and had the privilege of seeing what Grandmaster Xiao was studying thanks to young Lady Dong. Might I ask young Master Yang, what exactly was it that Grandmaster Xiao was so zealously studying? Yang Kai's expression was incomparably calm as he casually replied, "A spirit array." Something that Xiao Fusheng would be so anxious to study was definitely related to those alchemy spirit arrays. It should be the spirit arrays that Yang Kai had asked Xianing Chang to give to Grandmaster Xiao when he had left Hidden Cloud Peak. Lu Si was shocked and finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fusheng was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise it would be impossible to know this information. It should be such a spirit array, Yang Kai said as he drew a spirit array on the floor. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared in concentration. The spirit array was mysterious and complex, and it was unclear what its function was even to a powerful master like Lu Si. Even though he had seen it a few times on Hidden Cloud Peak, Lu Si could still only recall about half of its contents. However, Yang Kai had now casually drawn the entire spirit array in front of him. Obviously he was already extremely familiar with it. Indeed, Lu Si nodded his head firmly. Although he still didn't understand its function, after closing his eyes and focusing, the spirit array before him was definitely the same one he had seen on Hidden Cloud Peak. After he finished drawing it, Yang Kai casually wiped away the spirit array and looked up at Lu Si. At this moment, this powerful master of the Lu family finally dared not question Yang Kai as he was likely the key to him obtaining that spirit pill. Staring at him nervously with some traces of expectation, Lu Si even spoke with some trepidation. "Young Master Yang, about that pill. Give me a brush and paper. I'll write a letter for you. Get a brush and paper, quickly." Lu Si shouted anxiously at the crowd outside, and a ruddy glow suddenly appeared on his old face. Everyone outside the house felt their hearts jump as they heard Lu Si's command, all of them nearly overcome with excitement. Lu Liang quickly shouted to one of the elders in the back, "Go quickly!" This Immortal Ascension boundary elder didn't dare delay in the slightest, as he transformed into a blue streak of light and disappeared from the courtyard. After only 10 breaths of time, this elder returned with a brush, ink, and paper in hand and respectfully stepped into Lu Si's room and placed these items in front of Yang Kai before quickly withdrawing. "Young Master Yang, please." Lu Si personally spread out the paper and dipped the brush into the ink before handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took up the brush, smiled lightly and began writing. Lu Si stared at him with frightening concentration, refusing to miss a single stroke of his brush. Yang Kai's letter was very plain and the content was just as Lu Si thought. A simple request to Grandmaster Xiao to help Lu Si refine a pill. After he finished writing, Yang Kai handed the letter over to Lu Si, who carefully used his true qi to dry it. Then he folded it neatly and tucked it into his chest pocket, at last exhaling a long breath. It was so exaggerated one might think Lu Si was handling his newborn son instead of a simple letter. "I've let young Master Yang see something embarrassing." After completing this, Lu Si gratefully cupped his fists and bowed. "It's nothing. Young Master Yang, please rest a few more days in my Lu family. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak immediately. If what you've said is all true, this old man will surely deliver you this jade bed," Lu Si said sincerely. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I'd like to take this jade bed now as I still have to hurry back to the central capital. Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed expression. But this is a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Even if Grandmaster Xiao comes forward personally, it isn't an absolute certainty it can be refined. In case the refining fails, this old master will still need this jade bed. What Lu Si said was also true. Although Xiao Fushang could indeed refine mysterious grade top-rank pills, even the greatest of alchemists did not dare say they would certainly be successful. It was entirely possible that Grandmaster Xiao would not be successful in refining this pill. At that point, if the jade bed was gone, Lu Si would really have no place to cry. In that case, can you help me deliver something to Grandmaster Xiao? If so, I guarantee you that the pill you want will be refined successfully. Yang Kai paused for a moment and thought before shouting to the Lu family members outside. Does anyone have a jade slip they don't need? Outside the house, the various elders all glanced back and forth at one another. Their eyes all eventually landed on a piece of pure white jade hanging around Lu Liang's neck. Lu Liang subconsciously clutched this jade pendant and glared back at the crowd. What are you staring at? This old man's jade has been worn on my neck for so many years. It is irreplaceable. Take it off. Lu Si yelled decisively, causing Lu Liang to cringe. Stepping into the house, Lu Liang reluctantly took the jade pendant from his neck, grit his teeth and with an ugly smile asked Yang Kai, "Young Master Yang, what do you want with this old master's jade pendant?" Yang Kai grinned, took the Ade slip from Lu Liang and then released his true chi into it, carving an elaborate set of markings into it. Lu Liang suddenly felt his heart clench. In front of his eyes, he watched as his jade pendant now in Yang Kai's hand had streams of true chi drill into it, yet no apparent damage seemed to be done. Contemplating for a moment, both Lu Si and Lu Liang couldn't help but feel amazed. And the more they watched, the more they were shocked, even gradually displaying a look of respect. How could they not see that Yang Kai was manipulating his true chi to carve a set of inscriptions into the jade pendant? In simple terms, he was using this method to transmit a message. This would allow him to pass along a massive amount of information on a very small medium. This was easy to describe but extremely hard to do. Very subtle and precise manipulation of one's true chi was required to accomplish this, and any slight mistake would lead to complete failure. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his fist and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. "Give this to Grandmaster Xiao and I guarantee you that he'll refine you that pill." His tone portrayed absolute confidence. Lu Si once again handled this jade with great care. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at that moment and said, "The information on this jade can only be read once before it will disappear, so Senior Si must be gentle while handling it." Lu Si was stunned for an instant before immediately smiling. Understanding that the information contained in this jade was extremely important, so Yang Kai had used such a method to maintain its confidentiality. Not minding these thoughts, Lu Si's expression becomes solemn again. To the side, Lu Liang coughed awkwardly before saying, "Elder Si, this is my precious jade pendant which has accompanied me for many years. Please make sure to bring it back." Lu Si simply glanced at him, causing Lu Liang to chuckle helplessly before quickly stepping back. Might this old master ask what information is contained in this jade slip? Lu Si couldn't help asking curiously. "An alchemic spirit array, but a different one from the one you just saw. If you bring it to Grandmaster Xiao, he'll know what it is." Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he had left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glanced through a few spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, but now he had studied several more of them. Passing along this new knowledge was not a big deal for him.